has been taken. So if you'll all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good and gracious Creator, we remember before you all poor and neglected persons whom it would be easy for us to forget, the homeless and the destitute, the old and the sick, and all who are broken in body and spirit. Lead us, supervisors, in the ways to turn their sorrow into joy. Amen.
Vice Chairman Farright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve the agenda.
Is there a second? Motion made and second for the approval of this evening's adopted agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. This time we'll have public comment from anyone in the back that wishes to speak. Time will be allowed for the persons to present to express their opinions on any resolution or ordinance that appears on the agenda, as well as any matter which the body has jurisdiction. Anyone in the back wish to speak to the board at this time? Just come forward, state your name and address. Anyone from the back? Anyone from the back? Anyone on Zoom? No. Adam, if you would like to come forward, I know you had something to say. We do not have any county executives report this evening, so Adam's just going to give on public opinion, he's going to give us a little.
Good evening, everybody. County Executive apologizes for not being able to attend today. He is at a WCA legislative conference in Madison. Asked if I'd share a few updates with you all. First of all, our county family continues to pass along well wishes and prayers to the county highway employees involved in the accident last week. One employee is receiving medical attention. No one from the public was involved. Out of respect for the employees and their families, we're not sharing more information at this time. We do also remind all county employees and their families that the EAP services are available. Employee assistance program, thank you all. Services are available. And please reach out to HR, county website, or myself if you have any questions on how to access that information. Also, the county committee dates are now being posted each week on Winnebago County, Wisconsin government social media pages. So please follow along on those pages to view and share out to constituents when those meetings are happening and how to access the materials for each of those. In other county news, the monthly fund summaries can be found on the county website, and do a search for reports, and under there you will be able to find the monthly fund summaries. Currently you will be able to find the November, and soon we will have the December up. And then there's usually about a 15-day lag each month for the new fund summaries that way. So everyone can follow along and enjoy more financial transparency from the county. Then, in kind of big news, you will find on the desk for each of you the 2025 budget book in all of its 300-page glory. So please enjoy this well-crafted and updated trove of information about how Winnebago County is organized and how all 27 departments function. If you aren't able to carry it home with you tonight, let me know. I will carry it. I'll bring it back and we'll have it available in the office for you whenever you need it. It's also available online. And then I would like to remind all of the county board supervisors that we are having the strategic plan workshop on Saturday, coming up March 1st, at the Coughlin Center from 8:30 till 2:30. Everyone received a calendar invite for that, but I would also love it if people could check in on this form tonight. Let me know if you're able to make it or not, so we have a good head count. We are currently up to 22. We're hoping for 25 to make it a very worthwhile process there. And as a reminder, as the voice of your constituents. If we can get your participation, we can represent our county in a way that to fully align the goals and the budget in the strategic plan process. That's all I have, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have a Supervisor Laux has a question.
I know that we're getting breakfast.
Yes.
But are you providing lunch or should we bring our lunch?
We are providing lunch as well. Yes.
Not seeing anyone else, I thank you. Communication for from the county clerk.
The following notices of claims will be referred to the Personnel and Finance Committee. Notice of claim from Dustin Cody, a notice of claim from Kalia Hadley, a notice of claim from Brightspeed, and a notice of claim from David Nelson. The following petition for zoning amendment will be referred to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Petition for zoning amendment 001, Grundy Enterprises, Town of Oshkosh, rezone from A2 General Agriculture District to R1 Rural Residential District for tax parcel 018045309 P in parens. And the next week's special order session agenda packet should be on your desk tonight.
Okay, thank you. Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Anyone wishing to speak this evening? Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. UW Fox City's campus Board of Trustees met yesterday in Menasha, and Tom Nelson got up and spoke on the status of the campus. And if it's okay with Corporation Council, I mean, this is public knowledge, he had three executed contracts that he talked about just briefly that would be part of this. Is it okay if I mention those?
You just did.
Well, no, what they are. I mean, he did, so. No. All right, so, as you may or may not know, well, we know, but the public may not, that we're talking to Menasha School District about taking over this property, purchasing it from us. And Tom spoke of 3 executed contracts that would be a part of the transfer. One is releasing UW Oshkosh 6 months ahead of their obligation. The second is a transfer of the Weiss Science Museum to the History Museum in Appleton. And the third is the transfer of remaining property to Menasha Schools. And he took questions from the public, and there was a news article on the meeting published by WLUK Fox 11. So that's it. You can check the news article out, or talk to Tom Nelson if you want about further details on what's going on. Thanks. Or John Damon.
Or our county, right, or
Right.
our county executive when he
Yeah.
comes back, correct? Any other ones? Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a meeting of Facilities and Property Management where we had a closed session where we had about a dozen of our fellow board members who showed up to participate in that discussion. Obviously, I can't discuss what we discussed in that closed session, but one of the things that came out of our meeting is we also changed our meeting dates. We will now be meeting on the 4th Tuesday of every month, so our next meeting will be March 25th at 3 p.m. instead of at noon. This works out better for everybody as far as jobs and whatnot go, and it kind of puts us better in the legislative cycle as far as getting through the committees and getting things to board. So, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the board? Anyone else from committee commissions? Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, the Parkview Health Center Committee met, and we had a report on our December financials. I think there's probably a little bit more before these are closed out. But I just want to report that the county budgeted $1.7 million of reserves to be applied last year. We did significantly better than what we had budgeted. And the report that we had indicates we will only have to apply $446,000 of reserves, so about $1.2 million or so better than budget at Parkview last year. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I attended a senior luncheon at my church, and someone had come up with average cost of living for a family of 4 in Neenah, Menasha, and had it printed off, and I put this on everyone's desk just to give you an idea of what it costs for living and the problems we have with people who are having difficulty with meeting needs for their food, housing, and so on. Thank you.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone else. At this time, we'll have our the only thing I really have, because we're going to have more than I had planned on tonight, because a lot of things are being pulled out of consent. So this evening, Supervisor Hancock Cook, Supervisor Dowling, Supervisor Facetto, and Supervisor Albrecht have all been asked to be excused, and they're the only ones that contacted me, so.
The supervisors need to log back on to Civic Plus now to be able to join and be able to push their speak button and to be able to vote. Log off and log back.
Okay.
Log off and log back on.
You need to log off and then log back on so you're able to speak into your microphones. So log off and log back on. Everyone.
Yep.
No, just this here. Just do it now. We thought we were going to, but they don't have to.
When you say log off or just go to the portal?
Log off?
Sure, log off.
Log off, the clerk said. So are we ready?
We're not gonna probably be able to see it.
Okay, they can't tell until they start, so we're going to start here again. Our next is our presentation this evening is from Wisconsin Deal Week, an invitation to participate in an extension showcase by Chris View from the area extension director. Do we want to move that?
Just grab the mic and put it up on the podium.
Thank you.
That one, thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Chris View, and with me,
Robin Pernitza.
and we are from the Winnebago County Extension Office, your local extension office, and your connection to the University of Wisconsin. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to be here tonight to present some of the exciting events that our whole office team have been planning around Wisconsin Idea Week. For those that want to follow along, you should have in your packets something that has Bucky the Badger and a QR code. So if you want to follow along, you can. Otherwise, we're just going to give a little bit of a summary. Our event is going to be taking place April 7th through the 11th, but we're here tonight so that we can give you some advance notice and give you time to engage with your community members to be able to participate in our event. During this week, we are celebrating community, collaboration, and civic engagement under the theme Where Paths Cross, communities thrive. We are going to showcase the impactful work of the University of Wisconsin alongside local organizations to drive real change. And to tell you a little bit more about some of the events, we're going to walk through some of the highlights of the week.
So we're actually going to start off on March 31st, kicking off a hygiene drive. And so this is going to be a community-wide collection for the essential hygiene items that a lot of people are struggling to get. We're running this, right now we're running it weekdays from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at our office location at the Coughlin Center. We are looking for community partners who might be willing to also host a collection location as well. And we're hoping that we're going to be able to spread the word a little bit wider that way.
To kick off the week, we're going to begin by laying the path, which is going to include a hands-on event at the Coughlin Center at our new outdoor learning center to prepare the garden and create a sensory walk stepping stones.
And then on Tuesday, we're going to build foundations with the Planning Ahead, which is end-of-life planning session, and Credit, which is a session that looks at understanding the basics of credit and building a good credit score.
Now, all of these events are free to the public and open for anyone to attend. Almost all of them do not require registration, but we do prefer that if you know that you're coming, to have individuals contact the extension office or scan the QR code on the flyer to be able to let us know that we're coming. The reason why I put that plug in is because on Wednesday, April 9th, the theme is going to be Nourishing Together, and our FoodWise program educators are going to host a class at the Coughlin Center from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Participants will cook a healthy meal and take home their meal and a gift. This one does require registration so that by April 4th, so that the ingredients and supplies can be purchased for all participants.
Thursday is going to be our highlight, where we're going to bridge our communities. We're going to bring our partners and our programs all together at the Coughlin Center for an evening of just kind of a meet and greet. It's going to be highlighted with a Badger talk from a Wisconsin cheese historian with cheese samples. Just keep that in mind. And then for the kids, we're going to have a chick quest, which is going to allow them to see how chicks develop and how they come to hatching.
And one side note on a Badger Talk, for those that are not familiar, Badger Talks is a program of UW-Madison that is essentially a speakers bureau, and it's a way that any resident and community organization throughout Wisconsin can connect and bring knowledge and expertise on a wide variety of topics to our community. We just happen to choose cheese because, well, we like cheese. We're going to round out the week on Friday, April 11th by strengthening our connections. During the daytime, there's going to be a session reaching your audience with plain language. Plain language is some tips and techniques on how to communicate using a lot less words and clarifying your meaning. That'll be from 10 to noon. The communication workshop is geared for professionals, but any member of the community is welcome to attend. To round off the day, or round off our week, we are going to have Seeds Starting for Success. If anyone wants to participate in a hands-on session for starting seeds indoors, because April, there's still plenty of time to get your seeds started, Jacob Kluz, our horticulture educator, is going to lead that activity.
And with that, also, we will then close up the hygiene drive. Those items will go to benefit Ruby's Pantry, the Day by Day Shelter, and the Christine Ann Center. And so with that, we wrap up our Wisconsin Idea Week, which is a week of community engagement, learning, and participation. We encourage you to invite folks in your communities and promote participation. These events are open and encouraged for everyone. So thank you for your time and for helping us make this a success.
And if anybody would like some of the flyers, please contact our office. The website is listed on the bottom of the flyer, winnebago.extension.wisc.edu. You can call or email our staff and request a number of flyers, and we can have them ready so that if you have a community group or friends or neighbors, that you can get, you can have some copies and help us disperse and spread the word.
Some of us didn't get that flyer that you have,
Okay.
and we get them at least.
I have a small quantity of mini flyers that I can, that I will, how about I will start with you up front and then pass around, and I don't want to, I'm not taking any home because I'm just going to let you guys take them.
Is it possible to send a PDF to the board and we can then post it on Facebook, et cetera? That'd be great.
Absolutely. So I can do that. I can absolutely send it to you directly. But know that on that website, we do have a media kit down at the bottom where you can download all of our media that's been created. So you can post it on Facebook, you can share it on email, you can print it off and send it out. But I can absolutely send you a PDF if you would like.
Did I hear you say that you're doing anything along with, like, say, the Winnebago County Farm Bureau? Doing this?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I don't know if they're participating as part of our partner, fair that we're doing.
I think that would be great if you got in with them, because they're very strong in the
Yep.
area.
Yep, we're still working on pulling the folks in, so, so we can definitely put out an invite to them.
Yep.
Any other questions? If not, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Too late?
You had something?
Yeah,
Supervisor Holt?
thank you.
I have one additional question. I'm sorry, I thought of it earlier. Are you providing any kind of transportation from the various downtowns, Neenah, Menasha?
So at this time, we are not. It has been something that we brought up to discuss because we do, having started this, and we have acknowledged that Coughlin Center is not on a main bus route. And we have looked into if we can get a large enough number of people, this would be something we would consider doing to make sure
Okay.
that we would have a central location
Good.
for people to meet, to bring them to the Coughlin Center and back.
Got it, thank you.
And that would be part of the pre-reg, if people knew that they were coming and were to indicate that they would benefit from transportation, we can help with that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, the next thing is honoring retiring county employees. It worked so well how we did it last time, I think we'll do it again. Supervisor Cox will let you just read the resolution, and then we'll go on, after all three have been read, we'll go ahead, the clerk's office will read all about them, and then we'll make one motion to pass them. Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to be turned on. Karen, you're too willing. I need to be turned on.
You might have to use Nate's.
You'll have
Maybe you should use Nate's. There, Nate's on.
Thank you, Nate. I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution for Tammy Steer, 083-022-025. Got a second?
Yes, there's a second. You can continue on to the next.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution for commendation of Stephen Navis. 084-022-025.
You have a second. You can continue on.
And I would like to make a motion to accept the resolution for commendation for Kevin Carnes, 085-022-0 025.
Motion made and seconded. Okay, at this time, if the clerk's office will read all three of them, and then we'll have a vote.
The commendation for Tammy Steyer. Tammy Steyer began her career with Winnebago County Department of Human Services on September 6, 1994. During her time with the county, she has worked as an after-hours crisis staff, a psychotherapist, the clinical supervisor, and is retiring as the Deputy Division Manager of Behavioral Health. During Tammy's time with the county, she navigated many changes within the state and the county. Tammy brought 30 years of experience, compassion, and knowledge to Winnebago County, working with those that had behavioral health concerns. Good luck to Tammy in her next chapter. Commendation for Stephen Novice. On March 29, 1993, Steve Novice began his employment with Winnebago County Social Services as a delinquency social worker. He was a youth justice social worker until 2022, when he transferred to the placement resource team. Some of his memorable moments from working at Winnebago County was the reorganization to Human Services in 1999, meeting his wife here and effectively being able to work together for many years, and having good relationships with the schools and the court. Steve prides himself in always doing things the right way. He holds professionalism very close and believes he always wanted to represent the county in a professional way. One of the ways he did this was always wearing a tie to court. Recently, Steve was reminded of the impact a social worker has on families. In the 1990s, Steve worked with a family with 5 children. All 5 children were on supervision with Steve at some point during their childhood. Recently, the children's mother came to the agency and shared how impacted she was by the work Steve did with their family. She said she will always remember his name. We so appreciate Steve's more than 31 years of service and dedication to Winnebago County and Human Services. He has positively impacted many lives. Commendation for Kevin Carnes. On behalf of everyone at Parkview Health Center, it is an honor to congratulate you on your retirement after over 30 years of remarkable service as a housekeeper. Your dedication, attention to detail, and hard work have left a lasting impact on our organization and those you have touched. Your professionalism and pride in your work have created welcoming and comfortable spaces reflecting care and excellence. You went beyond the physical tasks, fostering an environment of kindness and positivity that we will always treasure. Beyond your role, your legendary support for the San Francisco 49ers, your passion for bowling, and your deep patriotism have inspired and endeared you to us all. As you begin this well-deserved chapter, may your days be filled with joy, relaxation, and all the things you love most. Whether cheering for your favorite team, rolling strikes on the lanes, or enjoying peaceful moments, you have earned it. Thank you, Kevin, for everything you've done. You will always be a cherished member of the Parkview family.
All those in favor of Resolution 83, 84, and 85 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Now is a consent agenda. I know there's quite a few that's going to be pulled, so I'm just going to call on the people, and if there's some other ones I didn't get, I believe Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to pull 8.01, or ordinance number 087-022-025.
That'd be number 5. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 6, I'd like to pull for, at this time, the ordinance 088-02-2025 on county parks.
I need to ask you, being chairman, are you pulling this completely or just for discussion?
I think I'm opening this up for some discussion at this point.
Okay. Vice Chairman Fari.
Chairman, I'd like to pull resolutions 7, 8, 9, and 10, specifically 089, 090, 091, and 092.
And I believe Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull item 13, resolution 095-022-025. Thank you.
So everything but 4, or I should say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 13. Anyone else have any they want to pull? Anyone else? Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to pull item number 14, Resolution 09602, 2025.
Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, and 14. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Other than them ones I just mentioned, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda other than the ones that were mentioned? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. With one nay. Number 5, ordinance number 087022025, amend County Code 8.01 regarding public works projects. Supervisor Buck.
I'm sorry, is what you just did passing the consent calendar?
Other than the ones that were mentioned. You got all of them? Okay, yes. Supervisor Buck.
First, I'll make a motion to approve it.
Motion made and seconded for the approval of ordinance number 087022025.
There it is.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to call attention to this for the fact that Director Elder has, for the past 6 years, been bringing up a problem with facilities. The main issue being that a contractor is not producing satisfactory work to the county. One instance, not providing locks in Parkview, costing the taxpayers $45,000. So this is something that the facilities committee worked on for a number of years. So I want to commend my fellow committee members and just thank all the folks that were involved with this, Director Elder, Mary Ann Miller, and others that were, we worked through the process to make this as good as we could. So again, I just want to bring it to the community's attention and thank my fellow supervisors.
Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Just hold on. Who? Supervisor Swan, I'm sorry I didn't. Hintz. Supervisor Hintz, I apologize. Don't have it up there, so Supervisor Hintz, I didn't catch it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As chairman of Facilities and Property Management and becoming the chairman in this term, I just wanted to make sure that Andy took his due credit for this, because I know this has been something that he's been also pushing for a number of years, and I'd like to also commend the committee for working on this. And Mary Ann, thank you for taking all of the information that you were flooded with and getting it down so it was understandable and easy for people to digest.
Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to request that electronic votes be taken on all resolutions considered this evening, if possible.
Okay, we can do that. Might take a while because we got a new one that's learning all this, but we'll do it. So you'll have to push your button if you're in favor of number 5. Just hold on, let him get it set up here. All right, if you're in favor of it. If you're not, it's nay. I'm in favor, but I don't have a computer, so. Chuck? Supervisor Gabbert?
Hers doesn't work.
Got a hot mic here.
Up or down? Up. And it passed 32-0. Number 6, ordinance number 88022025, amend chapter 19 of the county code to create a Winnebago County Parks Commission. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oops. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board, those who were present, and we did note it, I was
You want to get
informed.
it on the floor first, please?
Oh,
Make a motion to approve.
I'd like to make a motion for ordinance number 088022025, on amending Chapter 19 of the county code to create a Winnebago County Parks Commission.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, Supervisor Powers.
Yeah, I asked to have this off the consent agenda because I'd heard from a number of a few supervisors who said they were concerned about the number of committees being pulled off of board oversight and ending up in the executive's office. We were informed by Ethan that we are not when they're doing recodification of the state statutes, we have not been in compliance for probably the last 50 years. And if it's been 50 years, I'd like to wait another month and go over this again. I'd like to speak with Andy Phillips myself. I had called the office. He was supposed to call me back. Someone promised he would call me back Monday, but I think the person who promised didn't realize he'd be tied up in WCA meetings on this week. So I'd like to speak to Andy myself. Mary Ann has been involved in this as well, and while I trust that this is something that's going to happen eventually, I think I'd like this, some discussion about whether this is the best thing for us to do at this time. So I'm opening it up for discussion if that's appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Chair Powers on this particular one. She raises an important point, so I really am just looking for a distinction. If we're separating, are we limiting oversight from the board and moving it to the executive's office? Not an objection, I'm just asking a clarifying question.
If we do this, we will no doubt drop the committee, and then the county executive's office will form a commission. Another possibility to tide us over at this point would be for the committee to appoint, or for the chair to appoint 2 citizen members to our committee to ease us into the commission notion. But this wasn't going to take effect until April 15th of this year anyway. But because I'd heard from a number of people, and I think I'd like to also ask Supervisor Bender to speak as well, because he heard from a number of people as well about their concerns about moving this committee into a commission.
Supervisor Bender?
We were told we could form a commission, the commission would report to the committee. That would mean that you'd have 12 people on the parks, and thought it would have been easier just to form a commission. But I would like to see it referred back to committee, and the people that have concerns attend the next parks meeting, and maybe we can work it out there rather than spend an hour trying to work it out here. I mean, I just think it's easier with the commission. We're out of compliance. We've been out of compliance for years. We have too many people to have just a committee. In the citizens of Winnebago County, you have to have a certain amount of them, and then you have to go to a commission. So in order to be in compliance of the ordinance, we have to basically form a commission. The commission can basically report to the committee, but then you're going to have 5 committee members and 7 people on a commission. We just thought it was easier to have the 7 people on a commission and drop the committee. But I would be open to have people come to the parks meeting and we could work through it together.
That's March 11th at 8 a.m.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move to refer this back to committee of jurisdiction, which is the parks.
Motion is made and seconded to refer this back to the Parks Department, committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oops, I'm
Aye.
sorry, we gotta take a vote. We gotta vote it by, yep. Just hold on, we'll we'll do it the way that.
Point of order, Chair, there was someone who wanted to speak before that was called.
Oh, I was looking at, they went up there. Okay, what, so who do we have?
Supervisor Hilbert wanted to speak.
Was Hanson above him? Supervisor Halber.
Yeah, I just have a question since this is being brought up so rapidly. Is there any risk of waiting? Are we going to get any type of fine or any type of financial, are we gonna get in trouble for anything for waiting?
Go ahead.
As Supervisor Powers referenced, I can barely see, this was part of the recodification process, and there is no question that the statute requires you all to have a commission. So your question is, well, are we going to get in trouble if we, right? Right. I mean, this is, my understanding is you're going to have another meeting in 2 weeks? March 11th. Right. So, I mean, the one issue is, I mean, would the state come and fine the county? I don't think so, but I think there are ethical considerations, namely the fact that we do have a statute, and the wording is very clear. It says, in every county with a population of at least 150,000, but less than 750, that's us, the chairperson of the county board shall appoint a county park commission consisting of 7 members, and the term of each member should be 7 years. It's going to be staggered. Now, Could you say that again? Who appoints this? well, looking at this, it says, except as provided in every county with a population of 150,000, but less than 750,000. Actually, it is, well, it says here, the chairperson of the county board shall appoint a park. No, but it says after the appointments, actually, it is the county executive. It says in any county with a county executive, the county executive is applying it. But the other thing to point out is, even if you have a commission, it does not mean you cannot have a committee, but as Supervisor Binder indicated, it is just yet another layer, because if you have a committee, and then you have a commission, and then arguably you might have to go to the facilities committee, that would be yet another committee, and then you could go to the county board, so you might be having to go to basically 4 groups of people. In terms of, what would happen if you don't do this immediately, or if you don't do it, I could see, and again, this is just hypothesis, the state disqualifying the county from certain funding. I know that there has been a grant for the Waukah Dam of $750,000. I don't know if we have the money in our pocket yet or not. I know that there's been an application for the Butamore boat landing. There's a grant in connection with that. And I think, Director Brees would know, how much is that grant for? Also $750,000. So again, is it going to happen in a week? I don't think so. But, and I mean, I keep harking, I hark back to 980 and how, as you all know, it was the state's responsibility to provide housing initially for these 980 offenders. And then the state turned around and said, no, county, you need to provide the housing. And oh, by the way, you have to do it within 120 days, which again, the state never had that obligation. They only decided to do that when they decided to have the county take on that responsibility. And, oh, by the way, county, if you don't get it done in 120 days, you're going to have an $1,100 a day penalty. Now, I know that's supervised sex offenders, and we're talking about parks, but in terms of, what could happen, I don't think anything's going to happen in a week or two, but, I mean, I could imagine perhaps funding being compromised.
Supervisor Hulber?
Allocated, tied up, applied for, is any of it federal?
No, Director Bree says no, it is not. I don't know the answer, but I'm relying on,
So are any of the state funds that we have tied up, are they contingent on any federal funding? Because a lot of that stuff is really up in the air right now, and I don't really want to vote for something that would flag anything in any system that might put us at risk at getting any of the grants that we need.
do you want to?
For federal funding? Yeah.
To answer the question on funding, I did call our state representative because we have Wisconsin, the Waukau Dam grant right now is through Wisconsin DNR Stewardship Fund. That is all state funds. We did not receive RTP, which is Rec Trails, or the LawCon, which is National Park Service grant. So we did not receive any federal funding for that project. That project received bids last week, so that's moving forward, and we only have 50% of those funds because we could get an advance payment. And then Butamore application is due June 1st. So we're applying for additional funds on June 1st, similar to the Grumman Boat Landing. Those are all state funds as well.
And I just want to clarify one thing. When, and I know Supervisor Powers asked this. Under 2702, it specifically says, in any county with a county executive, the County Park Commission shall consist of 7 members appointed by the county executive or county administrator, subject to confirmation by the county board. So.
Supervisor Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the information that we just heard from Corporation Counsel and the concern that Supervisor Halber brought up, I actually have confidence in Chair Powers in her homework on this. I'm almost now inclined to vote no on referring back to committee and then advancing this.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Pass, pulled out.
Pulled it. Supervisor Burrow?
One more clarification, I believe it would be another month, even though we have a committee meeting in a week, because it has to come back as an ordinance back to the board. So if there's a risk of time, Supervisor Halber asking, it's not just a week, it's a month at least, correct?
And that's valid, because as you know, everything is fluid these days.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Whoops. Supervisor Lux?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we only know about this because we were reviewing the rules, and if we hadn't noticed this, then we wouldn't have noticed it, and we probably wouldn't have gotten fined for it or anything.
Well, we're reviewing the ordinance, the code, okay,
Yes,
which hasn't
yes.
been reviewed in some instances for over 50 years.
Right.
So we're going through all of it, department by department, and trying to basically get things updated. As you guys know, there was land and water that was probably reviewed in November. We
Yeah.
had the records retention, that was October. We had tax deeded properties, that might have been December. I mean, yeah, so it's
Yeah.
all part of the
So-
recodification.
If we had waited until the next supervisor's election, until after then, we still would have been out of code. We wouldn't have known we were out of code.
Right, but the other thing we need to know is that we've been having a contract with this entity that is trying to basically help us with all of this. And as Supervisor Stafford knows, this has been going on for some time. So obviously, we have gotten all of the non-substantive changes done. We got the non-substantive changes done last June. But a decision was made by the county executive that we should have substantive and non-substantive changes submitted at the same time, so we don't have 2 tracks. So now we are dealing with the substantive, the
Yeah.
really, not the housekeeping piece.
My point is merely that we only know about this because we did the review.
Right.
And so putting it off for a month, it is highly unlikely that anything's going to happen, because if we hadn't known about it, we probably wouldn't have been caught.
Well, no one has
That's what I mean. Why not?
No one has said to me, at least in this regard, that Winnebago County is going to get sued. I can tell you that.
So,
Supervisor Belleville.
Chairman. If I'm correct, we had conversations about this at January's meeting, and then I wasn't at the February meeting, but in January, I'm pretty sure we were pretty much in agreement that this was a go. Ethan explained it pretty well, and we went through it together. And even in this, it was a majority, everybody voted for it. And honestly, I'm super confused why we would wait. Really, there's no point in us going, I don't want to go back and have this conversation again. We did it. It'll be 5 people with 2 people or citizens, and I think that's great. So I guess, and even Supervisor Ponzer, he's in agreement with me that we should not wait. We should just say yes tonight and don't waste my time in another meeting unless there are some insecurities or just some issues that I didn't hear about, but nothing new came up on our end since that time that we talked about it. Nothing of value of having another conversation, in my opinion. So I'm going to vote that we agree on this tonight and move forward with it. Thank you.
No.
Supervisor Hulber, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that while, yes, we may not have known about this for 50 years and we may not have realized that we were out of compliance, that doesn't mean that at any step in the point of any process that we put forward an application for grant money, that this isn't something that would have been checked out by another entity or agency or even on the state level, especially in this day and age when there are government agencies looking for reasons to deny funding. This very well could have came up. So this discussion has been had, and I think we need to move forward with it and get it taken care of so that there is no longer a risk of anyone else finding out and giving anyone else a reason to deny us anything. Thank you.
Do you need to, yeah.
I'm not coming to argue the point, whatever they vote, the vote was. But the only thing that I thought is if they're going to do it, why don't you wait until the term? Because those that are on there now, they could be taken off that commission. For those of you that aren't on there, you probably don't care. But I'm sure 5 of you that are on there, maybe 3 of you, what happens if you're off from there? And with that new commission, they're going to elect new officers, possibly, because it could be 7, 8 whole new people. So I'm not against it, whatever you guys want to do, but I'm just saying, think about that too, that why don't they wait and do it at the end of the term? And then whatever happens, happens. Because it's the state law, we got to do it. State statute. So that's my 2 cents worth. That's the only thing that I think that maybe we could think about, but we said that we weren't going to talk and argue about this. Mr. Binder brought that up before, that we should do whatever and go back and come to the meeting, so. Thank you. Supervisor Patterson.
I apologize because I'm locked up right now, so that's why I just raised my hand. So I guess one other thing that would probably justify delaying this for a month, though I would prefer not to. There's also written in there too that there's a requirement or there's a limit in terms of you can only serve on this committee and or commission for 7 years. So I think there needs to be some sort of definition with that too, because I imagine there's the possibility that some folks have been on that for a while. And I don't know if that's been defined, but I guess I would like to make sure that they have the appropriate time to define some of these other little things here. And I don't know personally, but I wonder if that 7-year thing may come up too. Thank you, that's all I have.
I can tell you the statute does define the 7 years, and it contemplates a staggered term. So, starting July 1, one person, then the next year, it specifically says the term of each member, well, it says except county board members is 7 years following July 1 of the year in which the appointment is made. and until the appointment and qualifications of the successor, except that, I know it's very complicated, except that the first 7 members shall be appointed respectively for such terms that on July 1 in each of the 7 years following. It's a mouthful. But I will tell you, it's very detailed in the statute.
Anyone else? Otherwise, we're going to put it to the vote. Supervisor Bonser, I'm sorry, Bonser.
Some of that isn't really being brought up here, and how it was found out, and it's been found out, and we are to have a commission. Now, every one of us on the committee all agreed on trying to get these landing fees for the entire county. In other words, the city of Oshkosh, Amro, Neenah, Menasha, so they pay one fee, and it entitles them to everything. That's all getting thrown away, or could be thrown away. So I'm asking, whoever gets put on this commission, that they would remember that. I mean, we got 2 to 3 years worth of work wrapped up in it. But now that it's known and stated, it's got to be a commission. We're obligated to follow the law. I think that's why we gave away our seats, is to follow the law. And that's all I'm going to say on it right now.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't got any hard information about this, but I don't think that anyone currently on the Parks Committee has been on any more than 3 years, I don't think. That's my best guess, is that none of us are anywhere near that eight-year mark.
Supervisor Bender.
I've actually been on it 9 years. If he wants to replace me, I'm happy to step down. I mean, we need to do something. Either going to form a commission and a committee, or you're going to have a commission. That you only have 2 options. You can have both. You can have 12 people. You can have a committee of 5 and a commission of 7. But them are your options. You know, we can basically send it back to committee and delay it for a couple weeks. We've been out of compliance for probably the last 25 years, so I don't really think 2 more weeks is really going to matter. Everything that we applied for, we were out of compliance. So would that mean that we'd have to reapply? Because when we applied, we weren't in compliance. So everything that we gave them was basically misleading them. We don't have a commission, we have a committee. I don't believe that 2 weeks is really going to matter. When it comes back to the committee, I'm still going to vote for the commission, but if the board wants to have a little more time to go over this a little more thoroughly, I'm fine with sending it back.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Call the question.
Is it going to matter? Question's been called.
I think it's important for me to just read to the supervisors, so there's no misunderstanding. In the actual agenda item report, it states, the second be it resolved in this legislation repeals the repeals the Parks and Recreation Committee in the county board rules and replaces it with the Parks Commission. Based on the statute, if a Parks Committee were to remain, the function would be to recommend legislation to the County Board of Supervisors. All items from the Commission would have to go to the Parks Committee. The Parks Committee recommends replacing itself with a commission. The committee, the current committee, also added language so that the effective date of this ordinance is April 15th, concurrent with the new county executive term. So if you look at the wording of this ordinance, it says, look at the now therefore. Okay, the first now therefore talks about creating Chapter 19 in the commission. And then the second, be it further ordained, says that County Board Rule 23-1F is repealed and recreated to read Parks Commission, 5 county board members and 2 citizen members, and County Board Rule 24.7 is repealed to read Parks Commission. So the way this is read means you're getting rid of the committee. Maybe you all know that, but I just wanted to make sure no one was misunderstanding anything.
No, the question's been called. Question's been called. So the question has been called, so we will vote by your machines. Someone voted if you want to change it. Wait a minute. Yep, just hold on.
The question was called to vote on refer back to the committee. Some of you have voted, we can, I should be in the mic, but we can reset all the votes if you want me to. If you want to start fresh, we'll reset the votes and you're voting on to refer back to the committee.
Call the question.
Call the question, yes. Yes, yes.
Now you can vote if you, this is on calling the question. 2/3 vote. Mary Beth? Mary Beth? Calling the question. Oh. And it passed 30 to 2. Now we're voting on sending it back to committee. Now we're voting on sending it back to committee. So vote on your little pads there or computers. Yes or no? Okay. Can they still change your vote? Yes, you can change your vote. Mary Beth? Mary Beth, yes. He was going to change. Brian, did you change it on your machine or?
You went down? Okay.
And that failed. 12-19-1. So that failed. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve.
It's a majority vote.
For this one?
It's a majority because you're amending the ordinance.
We're voting on, go ahead. We're open for discussion. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate all the discussion. I generally agree that it's a very serious matter to delete a county committee. However, as I read the resolution, it's not giving the option to the board that was presented by Mr. Binder, Supervisor Binder. And I really think that we should have the option to decide whether we want to appoint the commission and keep the Parks Committee or just eliminate Parks Committee. So I suggest to you turn this down and request that they come back with the option and give that to the board, how you want to proceed, knowing what Mr. Bender, Supervisor Bender has presented.
Supervisor Gabbard.
What? I don't want to talk.
No? Okay.
Just wait.
Nothing? Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Call the question.
Motion made and second for call the question. We have to vote by machine. That was what was requested, so.
Yep. Says we call the question. If you don't want to keep voting and call the question, then how about we just stop talking and read your damn packets?
So. Voted? Mary Beth? Yep, she got it. And that passed. 28-4. Now we're voting on the question.
I don't know what kind of charger. I have the type that plugs in. I don't. Oh, no, I don't have that.
All right.
I don't have that.
Yes if you're in favor, and nay if you're not. So vote yes if you're in favor, and nay if you're not. No. I want to be different. Yeah. Supervisor Wise? Passed 21-11.
Point of order, isn't it supposed to be, is it 2/3 of members present to pass?
No, when it's an amended ordinance or even a new ordinance, it's a majority. So there is a typo. You'll see we did that with Public Works. Whenever there's an ordinance, it's a majority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, number 7, Resolution 89-022-025, requesting the Wisconsin State Legislature provide support for elk damaged properties. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a note, I requested this be proposed, the next four, from the consent agenda because legislation from the legislative committee requires a 3/4 vote, and that is per County Board Rule 7.7. Having said that, I move to approve Resolution 08902-2025.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? I don't see any discussion. I don't see any discussion, so Supervisor Nelson.
Just like to say I'm going to be voting for this also. There's no reason that the farmers shouldn't get compensated. We're the ones that brought the elk in and so forth, but there are 25,000 applicants for 10 elk tags in the state, and it costs you $10 to apply. That's $250,000 that the DNR is getting to issue those 10 tags. I would think the state legislature could tell the DNR maybe they ought to be responsible for the damage. So just wanted to mention that.
See another one else? Supervisor Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read that resolution, there's only 330 acres subject to this, or, that's asking for this compensation. It seems to me that there's a lot more than 330 acres over there that would be subject to elk damage. So I guess I'm questioning why this has come forth for so little acreage. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, and a very valid question. I think what you have there is you have obviously farmers where their crops are being destroyed by some of these elk. However, what it denotes, and I believe this comes from Jackson County, I would indicate probably you only got a couple farmers that are reaching out through their county board in Jackson County saying, please give us some help. I suspect if the law is changed and they are provided some kind of crop damage, that the number of acres will increase substantially.
Supervisor Nelson.
I'm just going to say that it's also a pretty lucrative business for some of the farmers that lease their land for the successful elk hunters, so they might be making a little bit more money by utilizing it than they would by collecting on what they'd get on the crop damage. So that might also be part of the reason. And there is an awful lot of state forest in that area. That's why they were introduced there. So I don't know that that number would go up substantially on the acreage. But either way, we're just showing support for those farmers that are negatively affected.
Okay, we'll vote by machine if you're in favor of it. Oops, sorry, Supervisor Bender, I didn't see up there.
Ken said it was the majority vote, but on the resolution, it says 2/3. So, I don't know, I mean,
I just told you that there was a typo, maybe, I'm sorry if you didn't hear, but it was majority.
but then we should have amended it on the resolution, shouldn't we?
Well, you just did.
Because we basically voted on something that isn't proper.
No, it wasn't improper. There was a typo, and it should have been a majority, as there was for Public Works. And I think whenever there's an amended ordinance or a new ordinance, the vote is a majority. So
Right.
I'm sorry if there was a typo, but yes, it should have been a majority, and it passed, yeah.
Yep. And we should have amended the ordinance to say the majority. We voted on it, and we didn't find out it was the majority until after the vote.
After Supervisor Skellinger questioned it, yes.
It don't matter, normally, when it's a legal document, it should be done, said, right.
Okay, we'll vote by machine. Those that are in favor, vote yea. If you're against, vote nay.
Yes.
Save.
Supervisor Cox, did you vote?
We're changing the rules.
The resolution says 3/4 or 2/3. Just, you know.
Can you wait a minute and I'll go, is she the lady?
She just left, so I would just. We're gonna be waiting all night here. We're running late.
Supervisor Hall, we're waiting for you. Could you just come back? We need your vote. I need that to use the restroom. Oh, I know, but I know, no, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Passed 28-3. Number 8, Resolution 090-022-025, requesting Governor Evers and the Wisconsin State Legislature reform judiciary systems aid. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of 090-02-2025.
It's made and seconded.
I think this was brought forward by the administration, as I recall, and it's pretty much self-explanatory. I believe the state does provide some assistance, but obviously with the budget surplus they have, perhaps they could enhance that. I think that's the initiative here.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to remind all the board members that with the consent agenda, we do not need to pull items that need 3/4 votes. Most consent agendas unanimously pass or pass with over 85%. And that's the reason they stay in there. If we need to discuss these items separately, that's why you pull them. You don't need to pull them for a 3/4 vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This project that we were working on is near and dear to my heart because it's kind of right in my backyard. And we had a rock wall project planned that would have, okay, I'm sorry.
I think you're on the wrong one.
I'm sorry.
No one else? Not seeing any other ones, you can vote on your machine. If you're in favor of Resolution 90, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. Get it over with. Have it done. That passed 31. Number 9, Resolution 091-022-25, requesting the Wisconsin State Legislature increase bidding threshold and streamline the bidding publication process. Vice Chairman Farry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of 091, Resolution 091-02, 2025.
Motion made and seconded.
Once again, I think this is pretty detailed within the agenda item report, and is brought forward by the administration.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. And sorry I was not able to attend legislative. I'm not going to support this, and I urge my fellow supervisors not to support this in the spirit of promoting transparency in government bidding. Currently, upping these thresholds of $75,000 will allow for, I would call this tomfoolery in the bidding process, and not allowing the transparent process of 3 bids on $25,000 bids or less. So I will not be supporting this as written. Thank you.
Anyone else? You do? Not seeing anyone else. If you're in favor of, Supervisor Swan.
I do have a brief question on this. I think there was a 5,000 threshold for one publication on a bid, right? So is that impacted by this, or is it just a 25,000 to 75,000? Would Corporation Counsel know, potentially, or anyone else?
Listening or not? Vice Chairman Farry.
Primarily just affects the $25,000. They want to increase that. It does request, and there were several amendments on this and a lot of discussion at that committee level in regard to the $5,000 issue. It's not a bidding at 5,000. They have to put it in the paper that they're going to do a project that does cost over $5,000. And that's, you can look at it from a position of cost, or you can, and I believe just as Supervisor Buck was indicating, you can look at it at a position of transparency. So even though there's a cost provided to that publication, it still doesn't make it more transparent, and the public is more aware of it.
Bids below 25,000.
That's just a publication. There's no bidding.
Right, but I mean, if it's below 5, you don't have to publish at all.
That's correct.
But if it's 5 to, it's above 5 and below 25, you have to publish. So a lot of times that delays the bidding process for low-end bids.
There
Or
aren't
it
going
makes
to be, there aren't going to be any bids at 5,000 or 10,000 or 15,000. It's at 25 threshold. Then you have to bid it. Anything over that, at 25 and over, has to be bid. It has to be bid on. Anything less than 25.
25 does not have to be bid on anymore?
No, it's just a notification.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Buck brings up a fair point. My question is to Corporation Counsel. Lines 8 through 23 in the whereas are really more negligible as it applies to the be it therefore resolved. I'm reading the resolved a little differently than what's in front of us, and I'm asking for a legal opinion, because the whereas is much more, the resolved is much more specific and somewhat, or could be slightly excluded to the whereas concerns.
Discussed. I read the now therefore to summarize those lines. That's my interpretation, Supervisor Hanson.
So 25 to 27 summarizes the whereas?
That's what I'm looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to subscribe to the philosophy of it ain't broke, don't fix it. In the time I've been on the board, I have not heard any department head tell us that this $25,000 threshold is a barrier. I do take the point about modernizing. I'm not sure if the newspaper of public record is sort of the most modern or best way to publish this, but I also take Supervisor Buck's point about, raising that threshold creates more auspice around how bids are selected. If there are committees that I'm not a part of who have had big arguments and discussion points or elicited problems with the $25,000 mark, I'd love to hear that today, but otherwise I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mary Ann, I'd just like to ask you, how much of this overlaps what we've already passed this evening? Because I thought we did modernization through technology with the bidding requests online, and the publications and how to put notices out there and so on and so forth. So, I mean,
As I said, I was not involved. I gathered an extensive discussion during the legislative. But I think it does touch on it. But again, it speaks for itself.
so we're already modernizing and updating and so on and so forth. So, I guess we're hearing from the Facilities Committee, at least who dealt with that legislation we passed earlier, that we're not in favor of it, and I will join the rest of my cohorts who've already spoken and say I'm not in favor of this either.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Supervisor Hintz is correct that when we were putting things out for bid, it had to be in the Oshkosh Northwestern, and I think it was stated that it had to be the Oshkosh Northwestern. And so with our ordinance tonight, we streamlined some of that with online presence and whatnot. Again, my concern is that, Supervisor Skellinger said that we weren't hearing a lot from the director, or that that was a big deal to get 3 bids. Again, my concern is sometimes when we go for RFP, that decision is made by just a few people. I think if you continue to up that threshold up to $75,000, you're going to take that power out of the hands of this county board and out of the eyes of the public, and give that to a few people. And I think that would be, that wouldn't be very transparent in the public eye. So again, just a point of clarification, and I'm not supporting this. Thank you.
Not seeing any other speakers. We'll vote by machine. If you're in, oops, I'm sorry. Didn't see it on there. Supervisor Bureau.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to comment, again, as we have more transparency with budgets versus actual, that to me is where we hold the executive branch accountable. We see that data, that's the place to hold it. Let them do their jobs. Let's remove bureaucracy. It's got my name in it, but let's remove it where we can. And to me, this is a good step. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing anyone else. If you're in favor on your machines, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. Mary Beth? Down. Three-quarters, right? So it failed, 10 to 19. So that failed. Okay, moving on to number 10. Resolution 092, 022, 025, requesting the Wisconsin State Legislature reform land and water conservation practice permitting within Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of Resolution 092, 02, 2025.
Motion made.
Let me premise this by saying the resolution is drafted to address a very concerning issue that's going on within the Land and Water Conservation Department and other departments within the state. I think the verbiage within the resolution is quite specific. And if we continue to hold up county projects, it's costing a lot of money and delay. If there's questions, Mr. Chairman, the director of the department is here. Can I have that privilege or not, sir?
Yes.
Chad, would you like to speak to this, please? Chad is the director of the Winnebago County Land and Water Conservation Department.
Good evening, everyone. So some of the issues we've been having within our department are, so just to back up a little bit. So we have goals set by the Wisconsin DNR for pollutant load reductions. They're called TMDLs within the state of Wisconsin. We have TMDLs located right within our county that we're working towards. And we have a lake management plan for the Winnebago system that was approved by DNR to actively put projects in. And we've been having a lot of issues getting conservation on the land. I'll give you one example of a breakwall project. It was a specific project identified in the lake management plan. We had people within DNR, within wildlife, fisheries, water, all supportive of this project. We secured almost $1 million. We started the conversations in 2023, and water regs was at the table. That's the division we're having issues with. And this dragged on for a year and a half, and we just got the permit on Friday, finally. Little too late this winter. Temperatures, we have to have ice to build these projects, so it jeopardized the project, the local contractor, and getting it done. That's just one example, but I can tell you one after the other as far as like ag projects where we have worked land, we're trying to restore wetlands and do work, and they're making us jump through a lot of hoops, doing expensive delineations on land that is what they call indicator soils. It could be a wetland. That layer was created to restore wetlands, and they're using it as really an enforcement tool within the state is the vibe that we're getting. It's not just us. There's issues across the entire state with other land conservation departments, other nonprofit organizations, and even internally within DNR where they're having issues as well with the water regs in issuing permits for conservation work. So what we're hoping is to reform this and streamline the work that's being done for getting conservation on the land to get it moving again. There should be exemptions for ag land to be able to do conservation work and just better ways to do it that are more efficient and more consistent. There's been a lot of inconsistencies from one person to the other within that organization as well. So that's a little background, and if anybody has questions.
Thank you.
Don't see any questions. Supervisor Nelson.
This frustrates me so much, that's why I jumped the gun for resolutions ahead. You said it took 18 months, give or take, to get this permit passed. This permit is for a break wall that I've watched deteriorate over the last 60 years to just kind of a little wasted space. When you put together your proposal and when you designed this rock structure and everything, in that 18 months that we waited to get that permit that came in 2 days ago when it was first hit 50 degrees, were there any changes, any significant changes in your proposal from a year and a half ago to now?
No, we met with them again in September of 2023, and water regs was at the table. We gave 3 different options for that break wall. We advanced with securing permits, did the design, and 18 months later, nothing changed with that design at the end of the day with what we had. It was the same design that we started with.
And the only way this break wall can happen is if you have 2 feet of ice, am I correct?
Yeah, minimum 18 inches, 2 feet's ideal.
And this year in that location, we had 2 feet of ice. It was so froze all the way to the ground. We missed the opportunity You have 900,000 in grant money set to do this project. It's almost, it's an insult to even get the permit now. It's so frustrating. Chad is about the easiest going, dedicated director I know, no offense to the other directors, but to see the frustration that he has had the last 6 months, even he couldn't hide it real well. So I would encourage all the supervisors to pass this resolution and at least send a message, hopefully to the state, that there's a lot of issues, and specifically, there's certainly some issues right in our local DNR office here. Thank you.
Supervisor Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm not sure that this is the way to go. I trust Chad, who happens to be our land and water conservation specialist, department head. I'm not sure that I trust all the counties in Wisconsin, so we're just pushing the problem somewhere else. However, we are having a real problem with water regulations, DNR water regs. And I was talking with Lori Palmieri about it. And, well, she said not to do this because Governor Evers would veto it if it made it to his desk. So I don't see any option than to try to go this route with the DNR as it is now. So I'll just say that. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to elaborate a little bit on Supervisor Nelson's comments. The current price for this project, had it been done this year, would have been about $900,000. Part of that is grant money, part of it's spirit fund money, et cetera. The delay means that we're going to postpone it until next year, which means two things. First of all, the price could go up. And the second thing would be, are we going to have ice? This has been an opportune year this year because previous years we never had enough ice. So if you put that together, it really means it could almost kill the project. There's another option that we can bring it in by barge. And I had the discussion today with Chad. That would cost maybe $2 to $3 million. So this is the quandary that the DNR has put us into. It not only delays the project, it could in essence eliminate the project, or if we were to proceed using another process, it would triple the cost. So I ask you to support this, please.
Supervisor Hulber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we happen to have any real numbers or even estimates, as you said that this has been going on for a while, these issues, as to how many projects have been affected by the non-cooperation, or how much additional money that it has cost us with these delays throughout the years?
Sure. The issue started about 2 years ago. Region-wide, we've been seeing issues. About 2 years ago, there's been a shift. I don't know if it's change in leadership or new staff or what is going on. But as far as the cost, no, I haven't calculated that. We've had a handful of projects. I haven't tallied them up. But I can tell you, when we submit the applications, you think you answer all the questions, and then a pile more come, and it just keeps going. And it's scaring landowners off on some of these projects. And luckily, we can keep them there because they're getting frustrated with how long it's taking. But we're keeping track of that. Other counties are telling their story, so we're getting organized with a lot of those concerns, and that will advance. And again, it's just not us here, which is good. We started the conversation, and now it's really starting to snowball. And I think we're going to have a pile of examples that we can use and maybe put a dollar associated with it.
Yeah, I'm really in favor of telling our government what we want from them. But if we can keep track of some realistic changes, like when things are delayed, how much additional it costs us because of those changes, I think that's more impactful, so I would urge you to keep track of those changes.
Okay.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I had a question for Vice Chair Fari. The statute that would allow us to do this, is there a rulemaking authority within that statute?
I believe it. Yes, there is. I hope you don't ask me to quote the statute. I got it at home. I believe it's 287, somewhere in there. Yeah, I believe it does, yes. The issue is they haven't established rules. Is that correct?
Yes.
They're simply working off the interpretation of an individual that happens to oversee this county and others. So you can't say they're not following the rules because they haven't established the rules, which they should be doing.
If I could, just real quickly, and that's where a lot of the inconsistency comes in, because one individual is different from another, and it's all over the board as far as some of the permit decisions.
Supervisor Holt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions, and my questions are similar in nature to those that have already been raised. However, I would like to see, I'm supportive of this. I'm supportive of doing what we can to move things more quickly. I do think we need to build more facts around our region and even comparatively to other regions so that we can isolate what is an issue with our region, what is an issue with the state DNR, what is an issue just locally. And I think to do that, you really need a wide variety of input to see what project length is, project scope is, and keep a spreadsheet of all that information. I'm sure you're doing it for Winnebago County, but I do think we need to check that not just within our region, but across regions so that we can figure out where the anomaly is. So when you think about like employee turnover, I'm going to give you this as an example. You can look at it in general and you can look at the whole county and you can say, oh, we don't have a problem, or we do have a problem. And you can say, oh, but our problem is worse here than here. Now let's interview some employees and figure out why turnover might be better in this area. And you start to gather some facts, and it makes for a more compelling business case or a more compelling story for change.
That makes total sense. That definitely did it, like I mentioned, at a regional level.
Yeah.
It is a statewide issue, but it is amplified in the region and even more amplified in the county right now.
So are there things that are within our control that don't have to go through the state legislature to accelerate some of these impacts?
We've tried working with them locally. I've went to even up to Madison. We've tried working with DNR. It's been difficult.
I've heard.
Yes. So if you have ideas, I'm open to it. I feel like we've exhausted all those ideas, and we have to take the legislative approach to make some change.
Okay, and once you have that legislative approach from our region, bring the facts with you to make that compelling case, please.
Definitely.
Supervisor Nelson, second time?
Yes, Chad, just to clarify, I believe you have built or been involved in 27 of these structures on the Poygan, Winneconne, Winnebago system. Probably have had way more experience with creating them and building them than the person in charge of giving you the permit.
That, I'm going to date myself. First one I did, I started in 2000 here. We've done about almost 7 miles on the Winnebago system, 27 different projects. And that is the frustrating thing is we design our projects. We work under the engineering approval of Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection. And Water Regs steps in, not even with just these break walls, a lot of our projects, and they do try to play engineer and question the work we're doing. Off the wall stuff they're claiming is going to happen doesn't apply, and then we have to try and battle it, defend ourselves, and it's a lot of the time waste that that goes into it and the inefficiencies.
I appreciate that, and would just like to add, the DNR has not had a secretary of the DNR for well over a year. It's been 50 years since they went without a secretary for a year, so there was nobody on top even handling any of this. I think it has some very serious flaws currently. I hope this helps address some of those flaws, and I would encourage any of our state legislatures to try to get that department fixed so that we can move forward, or else give us the permission to issue the permits so that we can do the job that they have asked us to do. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
I'd just like to say, we had two other projects delayed by the DNR, the Morgan Evidence Garage. We couldn't get the driveway off of solid waste because they said there was a small piece of a wetland. The Walcaw Dam project, that was held up about 6 to 7 months before we get that approved, you know. And anytime there's a delay, it usually costs more money, and things don't go down, they just go up, you know. And they make you jump through a bunch of hoops, and eventually they approve your project. But nothing changes, you know, it's the same project, you get exactly what you want, you just have to ask 10 different ways, and eventually they'll give you the permission to do it.
Supervisor Gustafson.
One last point I wanted to make before the last point was that ultimately we're asking two bodies to do their job. We're asking the DNR to do their job, which they haven't been doing because they've been granted the rulemaking authority. Now, also, it's the legislature's issue, I would say, where they granted the rulemaking authority to the department. So I believe that pushing this forward today and telling the legislature that, hey, you need to clarify this so we're not going to be held up by an agency that decides not to do a rule is ultimately the goal here. And that's what I believe that's what we're trying to push here today. So with that, I'm calling the question. Yes.
Okay, the question has been called. So here a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Take your machines. If you're in favor of the question, go ahead and vote yea. If you're not, vote nay. Mary Beth is gone. Supervisor Powers, did you want to vote yet, or don't matter? It's gone through now. 26-5. It's passed.
I was just reading Mary Beth.
Okay, resolution 095. Oh, I'm sorry, that was calling the question. Now we'll go back and, now, right. Now, if you're in favor of resolution 092, 022, 025, vote yea. If you're not, vote nay. It passed 31-0. Number 13, Resolution 095, 022, 025, authorize $480,000 from the Spirit Fund, county government projects for the construction of a new airport T-hangar facilities, replacement of water main, and review of the airport lease rates. Supervisor Swan.
Sorry? I'm sorry, I did not.
Did you want to talk on that?
On 13, yes, I do. Thank you. This is
You want to bring it forward first?
yes.
Go ahead, bring it forward.
Resolution 095-022-025, authorize $480,000 from Spirit Fund County Government Projects for the construction of a new airport T-hangar facility, replacing a water main, and review of airport lease rates.
And it's seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, last term, we approved funding for 20 new T-hangar units out at the airport, and the rents wound up, I think, at $350 a month. That's a subsidized rent. Supervisor Binder just showed me a market rent for a new hangar at Outagamie County Airport that's $2,000 a month, similarly sized. So my contention here is that we're putting the cart before the horse in not getting a feasibility rent study done prior to the approval of funding for more hangar units. And in the policy discussion, they mentioned at the end that they want to allocate $25,000 for a rent analysis, and that they want the finance committee and the airport committee to make that determination. Well, we passed an appraisal ordinance last term, 3.14. Appraisal ordinance 3.14, subset 5, requires on asset management decisions contemplated by the county that the Facilities and Property Management Committee make a recommendation to the county executive when valuation services are required. My contention is that we should have a rent survey and a feasibility rent analysis done by probably a professionally designated certified appraiser to determine what rent should be charged for these units before we approve money to build them. So in light of that, I've put forth, and I see there's more discussion here. So I have a motion to refer, but I think I'd like to maybe hear from some of the other supervisors before I do that. Is that possible? Okay, so I'm just gonna relinquish this, but we need to know what rents we should be charging, what market rents, so that we don't have an 80-person waiting list for a subsidized rental unit, because that's what's happening here. Okay, thank you.
We also have Director Snell in the back also, so. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments of Supervisor Swan. My tack is a little bit differently. Also appreciative to the ARPA, Spirit Fund Committee, because I know they do their homework on this. Here is my concern. I would really like to know the balances of both buckets, because as the balances dwindle with the money that we're allocating, I personally am going to be a little more stingy on my votes, because I think everything should go to infrastructure projects. So it's not that I'm opposed to this, but I would really like to know balances before we keep voting.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the director.
Director Snell, do you want to come up? They have some questions for you.
While you're coming up, I want to just appreciate that this is you're asking for $480,000 and have leveraged a significant amount of spending that from other sources that is usually not available for these types of projects. One of the challenges with the other project is just sort of how much we had to bear on our own. So I really appreciate the way this comes together. So my question is about the $25,000 and the study about the rates. What do you expect this study to tell us? Because I know the Department of Transportation collects the rental rates and publishes the rental rates of various hangars all across the state of Wisconsin. It's really easy to find averages based on the size of the airport. It's really easy to find the rates, the rate ranges that they're charging. And I'm kind of wondering, if all that is available, what else are we going to get for $25,000?
Right, so we have been evaluating, so this is sort of two separate issues, the funding to construct the hangars and then the actual rates to be set on leasing out those hangars. So just taking a little bit of a step back, we have all of our hangar rates published in county ordinance, which this body approves. Every 3 years, it's always our intention to bring a rate increase before the county board. Generally, that's the increase of CPI in the last 3 years is what we apply for that rate increase. That's what we increased it from 2022, the last time we updated ordinance rates. And so in order to bring forward an increase to our existing units in 2025, as well as set the rates for these new units, we have been working with our finance department and our Department of Administration on evaluating hangar rates. We compare them to hangar rates in the state. Like you mentioned, the Bureau of Aeronautics does a hangar or a rental rate study every single year. We compare our rates against them, and we're found to be more or less in line with comparable airports of comparable size and comparable types of hangar space. Also, we've found data from 8 additional states that we've submitted to our finance department for their analysis, and ultimately, comparing ourselves to other airports only gets us so far because hangar rents nationwide, unless you're in Los Angeles, Seattle, Chicago, Miami, which compare a house in Oshkosh to Miami, it's very much the same as far as real estate goes. It's just not really very comparable. But you compare Oshkosh to a similar sized community with similar sized demographics and similar sized spaces. Having an outside consultant perform that rate analysis both on our hangar rents and our land lease rates has been what we've, between Department of Administration, Department of Finance, has agreed would be a prudent measure at this point in time. We've heard a lot about our hangar rents. We've heard a lot of folks, one way or the other thinking they're either in line or they're way too low. But I'll tell you, nationwide, hangars are not high dollar T hangar space. We're talking about one unit for one aircraft. T hangar spaces are not huge hangar rents across the country. And that is why we want to take it a step further with the outside consultant to assess those rates, because when you compare them to others in the state, we're more or less in line. However, when we compare them to newer units in the state, that is where we're talking about the existing 20 units that we just got constructed, along with this additional 9 units. What should the rent be on those type of facilities? We've got hangars out there that were built in the 70s and 80s and are in fairly rough shape. So I think for those ones, we're pretty well in line, and we'll wait to see if this resolution is approved, what the consultant comes up with the feedback of what we should increase our rates by. And I think that's going to be a sliding scale based upon age, the type of hangar it is, the size of hangar it is, the amenities each hangar has. Like I said, we've got a range of hangars, and it's going to look at all of those, including these new units.
I just want to, I asked what are you going to learn from this study that you don't already have? And you started this off by telling me all these data sets that you are already using. So can you answer that question? What are you going to get from this consultant that you don't already have?
So I think this consultant, the one consultant that has been identified by our finance department, has done work for the Minneapolis Metropolitan Airport Commission, and they own actually, I believe, 7 different airports around the Minneapolis area. And so a lot of them are GA airports, except for one, which is Minneapolis-St. Paul. But they did a rate study for them a few years back. And I defer to our finance director on that. They've been in contact mostly with identifying what kind of firms are out there to complete this type of study. But they look at it from a little bit more of a real estate perspective, and also, going a little bit above and beyond of not just saying, okay, here's what the airport down the road's charging, here's what the airport down the road's charging, and look at it. I think probably to Supervisor Swan's point, because again, like we've said, if you do that, you kind of are in the same ballpark for the most part of a lot of different similar sized airports. There's a lot of airports out there our size that are charging much less than us. And so that brings down the average as well. And so I defer to our finance director or director of administration if they'd like to kind of give their take on what that consultant will bring above and beyond what we already do. But also, utilizing some Spirit funding, which was a very small part of this request, but utilizing it to get a kind of new base level of our hangar rents and our land lease rates, it either will, significantly, suggest a fairly significant increase to those rates, or it will legitimize where we are today, to some respect of what we're already charging.
Okay, I still haven't heard anything specific that this consultant is bringing. I think this is just another time where we're throwing money at consultants to do something. If you can't tell me what else they're bringing to the table besides the data sets that are publicly available, how I don't understand how we're supposed to vote for this.
Okay, all I ever heard since I've been here for 2 years is hangar leases are too low. I've heard it every meeting. I've heard it at committee meetings. I've heard everything, but I've heard nothing done. So my new management analyst, I have asked him to dig into this, to look on one of his projects was to find somebody out there that did a study, any airport that's similar to Whitman Field. So he did find one in Minneapolis. They did a study, because basically he did call, I don't even know, 18, 20 different Wisconsin airports and found out they're all doing the same thing Winnebago County is. We are doing a little bit of an increase each year for CPI. We all know they're all too low. We all feel they're too low, but we don't really know for sure if they are. So what they're going to do is they're going to take the study they did, look at real estate, look at storage units, look at other things that can be rented that are going to give us more of a fair market rent, and then we're going to put together a break-even analysis of what it cost us, and then we're going to put together what do we really think we can charge people and still fill these things. That's all going to be brought back to you with 3 or 4 different options for you to vote on. That's up to you then to decide which option you want to do. So that's what we're trying to do, is give you the information so you can vote. That's where we're trying to do it. We cannot, if we keep doing it the same way we do it with the information we can get, we're going to stay where we're at. Because a lot of the airports, all I've ever heard was they're afraid of the FAA coming in saying they're gouging people, they're raising the rents too much. We're already too low from what I've heard and seen. The thing is, we didn't do a base adjustment. That's why I keep hearing is, my thoughts is, everything has gone so high, we didn't bring them up high enough and then start doing our CPI from there. So what I think we haven't done is we haven't done a base adjustment, but that's what I need to get the information to bring back to committees and the board on what decision you want to go forward with.
Okay, so I heard you're going to be doing evaluations on the use of the space we have out there. Is that they're going to be comparing to other storage, and are they going to be providing recommendations as to what we do with the land out there?
No, they're not doing a comprehensive airport study. They're looking at hangar leases, period, and they're looking at the categories of hangars we have. And they're going to categorize them hangars into, like Jim said, some are 70 years old or 40 years old, 50. Some have asphalt, some have no heat, some have heat, some have bathrooms, some have sliding doors, some have bifold doors. They're going to put them in the classification so we can start having leases charged based on what you want to rent. You want one of the asphalt ones, that's what you pay. You want one of the higher ones, you pay more.
But we already have differential rates for our T hangars.
If you call them differential, that's like.
I can tell you right now, I mean, A, B, and C cost $155.82 a month. D costs $230.34. E costs $110.25. There are differential rates.
I don't think the differentials are
I hear
well
what you're
enough.
saying. I just don't think this is. I don't think this is this is being presented in a clear way where I can tell what the value add of this is. I think we all agree that we need to have a better rate system. I'm gonna turn it over for others because I think there's bigger fish to fry on this. Thank you.
If I may, I could add just one thing to that conversation, and that is even when the Bureau of Aeronautics does their study each year, they ask for what is your heated T-hanger price and what is your unheated T-hanger price if you have both. And when airports submit that, it could be a hangar from 1970, or it could be a hangar from 1990. It could have a pretty poor floor, or it could have a bifold door or a sliding door. So they're not really differentiating, and I think a lot of states are that way. Well, the data we can get is they're not really differentiating specific to, like, if we bring in an outside consultant, our spaces and what we have to offer, because again, we participate in the state study every single year, and it's just, what do you charge for a T-hanger unit? And it doesn't really differentiate the quality of it, the type of it, and the size of it. It just says to hanger up Cessna 172, which is a very basic standard aircraft that would go in one of these, if that helps.
Supervisor Hintz, just so you know that the clock supports, I guess we can't touch it. Sorry. Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seeing as I have you here, Jim, just going to ask you some questions that we discussed in aviation. This airport lease rate study is more than just the T-hangers, is it not?
Correct. It's our hangar rates and our land lease rates. So we lease a fair amount of land, both aeronautical and some non-aeronautical uses out at the airport, and it's going to look at land lease rates as well.
And could you please let everybody know explain the fiscal year 22 bill funding so that they understand what that is and how it's expiring? And
Right. So on the whole, when I was here on January 7th, gave a presentation at special orders, and then the ARPA Commission request followed in line with that. The entire project has $2.3 million of grant funding lined up on it already. That is multiple years of the airport specifically allocated bill funding, along with some state apportionment and some entitlement federal dollars to the FAA, and some state grant match. So we're 84% FAA and state grant funded on this project, and we're only asking for 60% from the county through the ARPA Commission, which did pass this resolution 5-0. The biggest caveat, and it's right there on the front page of the resolution, is $620,000 of our fiscal year 22 bill funding is set to expire if we don't have it under a grant application to the FAA by June 1st. So if the body doesn't approve this project, we stand to jeopardize that $620,000 because the process to get an FAA grant application in is fairly lengthy. We have to work through the Bureau of Aeronautics to get that done, and so that is why we need to vote on this today, quite honestly. But again, I just point out 16% is what the request is this time around. When we requested the 20 new units back in 2022, that was quite flip-flop because we didn't have all this allocated bill funding that was available to us at that time. Each year it comes available as we go. We've pooled together 4 years of our bill funding to basically, in my mind, create a no-brainer for the county board to build more hangars out of the airport, and we'll address the hangar rents when we bring it back to the county board, because again, right now it's in our ordinance that we have our hangar rates established, as Supervisor Schellinger was mentioning some of those. But with the recodification process, and I look for Marianne, that the county's going through, it's my understanding that all rates countywide are going to be put into a fee schedule that'll be brought to the county board for adoption, and ours will be one of those. So it is up to the county board to set our rates.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, we're asking for $480,000 from the Spirit Fund, and in turn, we're getting $2.25 million basically put in grants and other funding that doesn't cost the county anything.
Correct.
So on top of that, you have the lease study that's coming, which is going to tell you not only about the T-hangars, but also about the other properties that we have on the airport that we lease out. So those rates will probably have some sort of an adjustment as well. I just want to say that we discussed this at committee extensively. We asked questions at committee extensively. I'm vice chair of this committee, so I'm speaking for Maribeth because she's not here. What was that, Tom?
Let's go. Let's go, let's keep going, wrap it up here.
Why are we interrupting a speaker?
I just said that, I just did that.
So this has been discussed. It was voted on. It was voted on unanimously. And trust me, if Mr. Frassetto was here, he's probably the biggest questioner of anything that comes through as far as any spending. And when he saw that we were getting this lease study done and so on and so forth, that allayed a lot of his concerns because we will be adjusting in the future. And And airports are a different animal, and it's not regular land, it's not regular property. So just please keep that in mind when we vote on this. And again, it's $480,000, but we're getting $2.25 million thrown at us to get this work done. And on top of that, that water main really, really needs repair. Thank you.
Supervisor Swan, second time.
Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna introduce a motion to refer back to committee. Julie has that. I gave it to her in advance because per appraisal policy ordinance 3.14 sub 5, you require a recommendation for evaluation services from the Facilities and Property Management Committee. And this is an asset management decision, in my mind, that requires evaluation services analysis. And you're trying to do it in-house, but you're gonna set aside $25,000 for an outside consultant too? That should be done per 3.14. Who's most qualified to do this type of analysis? A professionally designated certified appraiser in Wisconsin. Not the finance committee, not the airport committee, not the, director, the airport personnel. This should be, if it's gonna be done outside, you can allocate money for outside work, it needs to be done by a professional. And that ordinance, 3.14, gives the finance committee jurisdiction to make a recommendation. So if Julie could bring that up, I'd like to ask for a motion to refer this resolution back to ARPA Strategies and Outcome
So you're asking her to read your motion in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to say here first, is that, that I do believe
the
that you're
motion
not
first.
getting these. I believe the county executive is ordering this, correct?
It was discussed between the finance department, the director of administration, and the county executive
Thank you.
for the $25,000 request for the fee study.
But the ordinance requires that we make a recommendation at Facilities and Property Management. Committee.
Julie's going
You
to
guys
read
blew
the
that
motion
off.
in for Tom Swan. Yes, it will need a second, but this will be coming from Tom Swan, so.
The motion is to refer the resolution back to the ARPA Strategy and Outcomes Commission pending consideration and recommendation for a feasible rent study on airport rents by the Facilities and Property Management Committee. For asset management decisions requiring valuation services, the Facilities and Property Management Committee has jurisdiction on recommendations per appraisal policy ordinance 3.14, subsection 5 of the Winnebago County General Code, approved by the Winnebago County Board on March 19, 2024.
Have a second, please.
It dies for lack of a second. Oh, you seconded it? Okay, Morris Cox seconded it. Discussion. Discussion.
I mean,
Supervisor Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I vote on referring back to committee, could I please get a legal opinion from Corporation Counsel? Is this resolution in conflict with that ordinance?
I'm gonna need to look it up, so hold on 1 minute. That's okay. Thank you.
Well, she's looking these up. I'm just going to run through the list. Supervisor Hallworth will be on this here that you want to speak on? Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Since we're looking for the legal opinion, would it be proper for a motion to table?
My only thing, well, it's not up to me, it's up to the whole board. I'm only one vote. But if you table this, I don't know where this money's gonna be left laid, because I know they had a certain time they had to meet, so that's my. Right. You're correct, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, thank you. Did you want to make that a motion?
I'm making a motion to table.
Motion made and seconded to table this while this is being looked at. This will continue back on this meeting. It'll be one way or the other, it'll be decided. But it's being tabled for right now, so we can continue on. We'll move to number 14, Resolution 0960. Can the girls? There's two of them. Okay, so we have to, first, before I go on any farther, we have to have a motion made and seconded to table this. And then we have to vote on it. Take your machines out. If you're in favor of tabling it, it'll still go back on this meeting yet. Vote A. If you're not, vote nay. Supervisor O'Brien and Nelson, we're waiting for your vote. This is just for tabling this for right now.
For some reason, I can't vote.
Nelson, Zay. That passes 27-4, so we'll be tabling this one for right now. Resolution 095, 022, 025 is being tabled right now. And we'll be going down to 14 while Corporation Council is looking that up. Resolution number 096, 022, 025, authorized to increase the number of employees established in the Department of Human Services by 5 for the purpose of homelessness, eviction, and loss prevention help program. Who wanted that pulled? I forgot who wanted that pulled. Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Hanson.
Yeah, first to introduce the resolution 09602, 2025.
Motion made and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason that that I asked for this to poll is to address a concern. If the news is watching, please do the entire context of my comments this time instead of a piece here and there to make me look like the bad guy. Here's my concern. First and foremost, absolute congratulations and thanks to Dr. Topol, to Beth Roberts, and to Lou Scheer for doing all of the work in helping in addressing this concern. Very grateful for that. I am not opposed to what is coming forward. Here is my concern. When we look at lines 28 through 30, it talks about we are looking for alternatives. That has me slightly concerned. And then if you look at the fiscal note, it says that there's nothing for 2025. And then the grants and revenue future expenses will have to be approved by the county board. Here's my concern. If grants don't move forward and we don't really know the fiscal impact to the county, I'm hesitant to encumber, because in October of this year, when we're doing 2026, it might be possible that we don't find or can't find the funding. And I don't want to start something that we can't finish. I want to see this go through, but that's my concern.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I can address a little bit of that. So first of all, in lines 40 and 41, the resolution gives authority for Department of Human Services to apply and accept grants. So there wouldn't be any, if they were able to be successful in acquiring grants for this year, we wouldn't need to, have further board action to create that funding. As far as why there was no fiscal impact this year, we'd already budgeted the positions as project positions. This is bringing them onto the table of organization. And so if you were to look at the budget for 2025 and look at the labor line or the benefits lines, those wouldn't change for the future. So if you're sort of thinking, oh, we say yes to this, but then next year we need to find X dollars to increase the budget, it's already accounted for, just that the labor is set as project positions, which are term limited to, I think, 2 years. And then this is turning them into regular, full-time, recurring positions. The exact amount of the program, I forget off the top of my head, but I believe it was somewhere right around that $500,000 mark, maybe just a little bit below that. I'm sure somebody smarter than me in the back of the room can give that answer. And the other part that I wanted to note was, I believe the grant that we had applied for initially is one that we can go for again. So I think there was pretty decent optimism that there was funding, grant funding that could come in again on that multi-year cycle to sort of help the underlying costs. Thank you.
Supervisor Holt.
For my standpoint, I think this program is very helpful to our communities and to our residents. Moving those employees from a project status to an everyday status, an ongoing employee with benefits will help us maintain that continuity in this program and maintain that expertise. I'll be voting for this.
Supervisor Hanson. Second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely understand the budget process. Absolutely. My concern is when we hit October of this year. Every one of us in this room sat through the last budget. We saw things trying to be added and subtracted. I've been in 2 other budgets with significant additions and subtractions. My concern is not finding something. I really need to hear a difference in how this can continue forward, because I don't want January of 26 to say, oops, we've got 15 people in the pipeline and now we can't help them. That would be distressing to me.
Supervisor Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple facets. Number one, someone stated here earlier, another resolution, if it's not broke, we don't need to fix it. I don't see the case made in here. Are we having high turnover in this department? Why do we need to move them off a project basis? That's number one. And secondly, there are big forces outside the county right now that could impact our cost structure. And secondly, we have infrastructure challenges that are coming, that are looming in the future. We'll talk about that strategic planning. So my concern is we're talking about potentially increasing our cost of operations by $500,000. So again, I think we got to be very careful when we build that up, because like Supervisor Connolly said, we have to make decisions and trade-offs. In this case, right now, I don't see it broken. I would suggest we delay on this. Thank you.
Supervisor Buck?
I didn't have anything.
Nothing?
Nope.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree too. I see the merit of a program like this. I'm not disagreeing with that in any way, shape, or form. I think the way that we're going about it, though, should fall within the budget process. So I'm actually going to make a motion to table this indefinitely.
No second.
Seconded by Supervisor Burrow. Yes. Okay, so this is to be indefinitely now. Don't see any discussion. So, Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to ask a question to the Corporation Council. If we table this indefinitely, that essentially says we can't bring this up for the remainder of this county board session, which goes until April of 2026, right? Okay.
That is correct.
So I believe that would create a problem, because as things are currently set up, the project employee's term will end, the 2 years will end, and we would need to reauthorize the positions as project positions, or effectively they fall off, and we would be handcuffed to bringing that back. Is that correct?
Your
So-
interpretation is
Okay,
correct.
so if you vote yes on tabling this indefinitely, you are killing the HELP program until at least April of 2026, and you're doing that very immediately, as opposed to the way we had budgeted back in October, where we approved these positions, the funding for these positions, through the end of this year. I think I would like to hear more from you about what your intention is.
My intention is clear.
Okay.
So if you want to offer a friendly, I'm more than happy to have that conversation to the budget.
So I think it'd be helpful then to hear from the director about because I just don't know enough about how we can authorize project positions to continue and when the cutoff is. So if we could maybe just hear from the director about the timeline and how that might affect the continuity of the program.
Thank you for asking the question. Project positions are limited in the county to 2 years. 2 years from the date they're approved till the time they end. And all of these positions are coming up right on the end of that. And even though you did approve it in the budget for this year, that because they're on project status, they either the intent of a project position is to prove its worth and its necessary elements to the county, and they're time limited not by me, but by, I think, how we created the administrative rules around project positions so that they couldn't go on indefinitely. It's confusing to me whether or not they can be extended. I don't think that there's a mechanism, if the Corp Council will, I don't believe there was a mechanism for extending the project positions. If there was, that could be another alternative. But if you table tonight, my concern would be is that because they're no longer projects, the project term is ending, and they're not permanent employees, would that mean that all of them would need to be laid off immediately? And that's my concern. And I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if Corp Council knows the answer to that, but I'm concerned about tabling, meaning that you wanted it not to become permanent until you get to the budget in October, which I would support that, but I don't know another mechanism to go with, because these are projects that are going to end this month.
So just to be clear, the project end date, or for the funding, is the budget this year, correct?
The project end date is February of
Oh.
'25,
Okay.
because they started in February of '23.
Gotcha.
And so it's a 2-year project length. I'm sorry?
Just hold on one at a
It's-
time, please. Supervisor Gustafson, were you done?
It's an HR designation of an employee that isn't permanent. It's called a project position, and if Mark Hobick was here, he could explain what that meant, but basically it's a way of having an employee that's not a limited term employee, which would mean needing to be less than a year, but no longer than 2 years. It's called project. And my understanding is that there hasn't been a mechanism to extend a project into a third year, although that may be, I don't know.
You're correct. I don't know the answer to this because I don't do human resources, but I do know there are project positions. They typically can last up to 2 years. And I have never heard of any project position lasting beyond 2 years. And unfortunately, I don't have any information. I don't know if anyone else in this room from the county could, do you? Oh, good. Okay, we're actually trying to connect with the HR director, and he might be able to give us some insight.
Well, she's doing that, Supervisor Laux.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that one of the reasons these people should be moved to permanent status is because Beth Roberts is the one who knows how this program works, other than these temporary people that were hired. And she is leaving on March 10th. So in order to preserve the institutional knowledge of how this very good program works, we need to make these permanent positions.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Again, it's really the point of, we are trying to codify positions outside the budget process from project, which they were originally designated as, to full-time employees of the county. Obviously, there's an additional cost burden just in general that will take on as a county. I'm still questioning if this is the proper format for us to be doing it as a county now in February, though I understand that the contract is ending at the end of February, if that actually makes sense comparative to actually doing this through the budget process at the end of the day.
Supervisor Halber?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to spend my 2 minutes just talking about what I have just heard in this session so that I can regroup what we're doing. So 2 different committees have voted on this unanimously. They've done the research, they've brought it to us. This is a program that is in use. People are in these positions that we voted to pay for already. This is a project that's only going to continue to need to grow based on our current economic status, as well as the changing environment in which we live, the housing shortage, and all of these other factors. So I'm really not understanding why we're even talking about canceling this program, because let's be realistic, that's what we're saying. If we don't vote this in, we're canceling this project. So everyone here who sits on a committee, when you bring things to the board, you expect that your due diligence and your time spent on that committee and your research is honored by us listening to what you have to say and pushing the things that you have proposed to us through. Why are we not giving the Human Services and the Personnel and Finance Committee the same respects? This is absolutely appalling that we're even considering canceling a project that is only going to grow and need more people in it in the future. Our community needs this project. We were put here to serve our community, our county, our constituents, These people in this program need this program to continue. We need the employees to do that, so let's pass it.
So the Director of Administration was able to connect with the Human Resource Director, and it turns out the money for these positions is in the budget until the end of this year, December 31st, 2025. However, he also indicated that these project positions drop off at the end of February, this month, February 25, unless otherwise extended by the board. So you've got a carve-out. You've got a safety net, basically. That's right, unless otherwise extended by the board. Is that right? That's what he said. That's what he said.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not want this program canceled. I am not suggesting that this program be canceled. I want to ensure that this program moves forward. We are maneuvering in a different budget process by doing this, and I want to see it continue in '26. I don't see that that is guaranteed to happen here. I don't want anyone in January of '26 to be told, not so sure we can help you now. That is distressing to me. Do not cancel this program, but we've got to take a tack in a different way.
Supervisor Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the incredible success rate that this program has already seen in its implementation, and given the vehement testimony on behalf of some of my colleagues concerning keeping it moving, I would offer a friendly amendment to Supervisor Gustafson that we, at the very least, make these positions permanent until the end of this budget session, so that they can be reviewed again at budget time to see if we can find more money. Just semi-permanent.
Corporation Council has shaken
No,
their-
according to my information, when you have a motion to postpone indefinitely, it is not amendable.
So the motion has been withdrawn. Is the second withdrawn?
Second. And then I'll make a motion, if that's all right, to extend the project until the end of 25, December 31st,
I yield.
2025.
Second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to go ahead and extend these projects until the end of this. Supervisor Halber.
On the motion to extend, if we see the value in keeping this program, why not make it permanent? In addition to this being a necessary thing, we're literally just kicking the can down the road until next year. We go over and over and over things every time we meet, and there's multiple people that complain about kicking the can down the road. Well, let's stop doing it. Let's start with this resolution and not kick this can down the road. Let's make it permanent. Let's permanently decide to help these people in this program, and let's permanently decide to do our jobs and help our constituents.
Is that a motion?
No, I was talking on their motion, or on their amendment.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I think my point still stands that we need to go through the budget process, but I applaud Supervisor Inke for bringing, obviously, the friendly amendment in that regard, because I do believe that further conversation will be had on this in the budget process where it belongs, and so that's why I have no problem, again, offering the motion, so I'm going to call the question as well.
Motion made and seconded for calling of the question. Any discussion on that part? You can't. So vote on your machines if you want to call the question. Vote A, nay if you don't want to call the question. Just that the question was called.
The amendment.
Right.
Till December 31st.
What's the question?
December,
Question's been called.
call the
Yeah.
question then to December 31st.
Yes,
Then it'll
yes,
be-
correct.
Point of order, was there not an amendment from Supervisor Gustafson that was seconded by Supervisor Inke? Is it that?
No, he withdrew his whole motion and started fresh.
Right.
Right.
So the it's called the question, and once you get through that, then it is on Supervisor Gustafson's motion to amend to basically have funding through December 31st, 2025.
So point of order, so the call to question is on the amendment. That is what I'm asking. Right.
Yes.
Sorry. Pass 25 to 6. To the budget time, right? So now you're voting on to go ahead, and his motion was to go ahead and extend it till the budget. So the places are still being withheld till the budget time.
Until budget time.
Vote, right?
Until budget time. It doesn't say that here. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that on here.
Order, Mr. Chairman? On my screen, I've got scenes and dates.
I have extending to the budget, but it's not showing up. It only picked up my first word.
Extended to December 31st. Wasn't it December 31st?
December 31st, right.
Yep.
One saying budget and one saying December 31st.
It was the 31st.
Of December.
That isn't what,
End of this year.
Right.
you're
So
right.
there's
Then
continue.
in October,
I'll be
we'll see
quiet.
if they want to continue.
Correct.
Because Walt's just sitting there and she's saying the other.
Getting runway.
I know. They're trying to be home by now.
That should say here.
Huh?
It doesn't fit on the screen. It doesn't fit on the screen. What her box shows is in the programming language. The box can be something.
You're voting on the amendment, which is extending funding until December 31st.
Supervisor Hanson, we're waiting for your vote. Supervisor Cox, we're waiting for your vote.
The project.
Supervisor Harrison, we're waiting for your vote.
Yes.
That passes 22 to 8. Corporation Council, are we ready to go back to number 13, Resolution 095-022-025?
We are.
So we're back up on that one, we're back up on,
Point of order, Mr. Chair, I believe we have to vote on the resolution resolution 96 as amended now.
I thought we just did.
We voted on the amendment.
Okay.
But I believe we have discussion and a vote on the resolution
Okay,
as amended.
as amended.
I believe Mr. Hintz was inclined to speak
So,
on this too.
pardon?
I believe Mr. Hintz, among others, were maybe in the queue to speak.
Okay. Supervisor Yance?
If I could get Dr. Topol up here again real quick, I just have a quick question for you. These are, now, do these people get full-time benefits in the whole thing, or is this just their pay?
No, they're treated, even as a project position, they're treated as if they were a permanent position, but it's limited to 2 years. So they have, the benefits would be the same, the pay the same.
Okay, so my follow-up question to that, and this is something we all need to keep in mind going forward. The Supreme Court is going to have a big decision in front of them when it comes to Act 10. And if Act 10 is overturned, it's going to increase our expenditures for full-time employees. Would we have enough, I know you don't have that number at your head, but here's the question we need to ask. Would we have that funding to continue that after this next budget? It's something to keep in mind because it's going to hit us at every job.
Yeah, unknown at this point, and we would look at it when we get to budget time for all the positions.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of got lost in all this. I was trying to get back into it and I couldn't. But first of all, I'm on the Human Services Board. Number one, we had the two people right here that could tell you all about it, and we wait till the end to talk about it and then start throwing all this around. That we shouldn't have done. Second, we did a lot of talk about this before. If you read some of the paperwork you have, 96% success rate. They've got other counties calling Beth to find out how this program works. Then also the state has come up with an idea with the Medicare program where they're going to go with a 5-year grant to give them that $400,000 to $500,000 to get the program keep going. We forgot all that stuff. Now we're going on other stuff we're doing. This program is unbelievable. 1,900 calls they've had. I kind of hang around with them a lot and see, I cannot believe the homeless situation. And it's not getting out of hand, it's not going away. So to sit here and start putting caps on it and trying to term, there's things out there, if you read your paperwork, that there is money out there. Medicare state has done some stuff. We shouldn't be doing this for how long it is. And we had the two people that could tell you about it, and we do it here at the end. I think that's wrong. I don't want to restrict it. I want it to go the way it was originally, so, sorry.
Supervisor Holbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for for corporate counsel. If we amend this to push out project positions, is that doable? Are we allowed to do that, or does that need to go through a committee first?
Again, according to the HR director, and again, actually, Director of Administration, can you come up here and just relay it? My understanding is that he was very clear that this is a 2-year project that position ends, unless otherwise extended by the board. That was the language, right?
Yes, and I read it back to him 3 times, so I was sure.
So no reference to committees or boards or any
No, he said
human,
it says unless
otherwise extended.
extended by the board, yes.
But do we have anything in our rules that state, if something is to be extended or if it's above a certain amount, it needs to go through committee?
Well, in our rules, personnel and finance, personnel and finance. Okay, the duties and responsibilities of personnel and finance. Receive all personnel requests from committees and boards of jurisdiction for study and recommendation. Review personnel policies. That's not here. Review personnel personnel actions in all county departments as reported by the personnel director. Recommend to the county board prior to the earliest time for filing nomination papers a salary schedule for elected officials. But again, as the human resource director said, based on that language, I would say it rests with you and it does not have to go to personnel and finance. If you want, maybe we could contact the director of human resources with a follow-up question. Can you?
What would be that follow-up?
The follow-up question would be, does this, before it goes to the board, does it need to go to the Personnel and Finance Committee?
I will ask that. Didn't it go already during the budget process? I'll go ask.
I'm trying any way I can to get out of this amendment.
Yeah.
Supervisor Cox, you don't have the floor. Supervisor Burrow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. You know, I don't think there's a lot of debate regarding the effectiveness of the program. That's not the question at hand. It sounds like it's within our wherewithal to extend it as a project basis. I ask each of you, though, to look at the environment we're in outside of the county. If we think we're going to get increased funding for grants and projects from the federal government, we better start thinking about what happens if it's reduced. Likewise, Act 10 could be overturned. If you read the papers, it's certainly is a target, which means increased costs for the county. And again, everywhere we increase our costs permanently, it's going to force very difficult decisions later. If we keep these people gainfully employed through December, we'll know a whole lot more by then. That's, again, why I suggest we support the amendment. Thank you.
Supervisor Halber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to argue the point about budget because obviously if we have budget constraints and cuts and things getting hacked, obviously that's a source for concern, but I would really like to hope and think that the people in this room, the first thing that you think about when a budget cut comes down on us is not cutting the services that our people need, like the people in this program. So I would really urge you to look at a different thing to cut other than this immediately. So I would like to propose an amendment to this amendment to change the date of the extension until 2035.
Lack of a second.
Second.
Seconded by Louts. Discussion. Any discussion on it? Supervisor Skellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess that brings up a question that is for the Corporation Council, or I guess when she's done, I don't know that it's proper for the board to authorize a project position for 10 years. And I was wondering if Corporation Council, if maybe you could weigh in if it's proper for the board to authorize a project position for a length of 10 years.
I would say that is excessive. That's my opinion. We did get input from Human Resources Director in terms of whether it had to go back to Personnel and Finance, because as you know, if you look in your package, PNF passed this 4-0, okay? At least that's what it was. It's 4-0, 1 absent, okay? Now, given the time constraints, I mean, normally it would be great if you could go to Personnel and Finance, but today is what, February 25th? Okay, so we've got 3 days left for the month. And this drops off on Friday. So again, the Human Resource Director said you would not have to go back to the committee. And in fairness, the committee has already looked at this and was considering it as a permanent position and passed it. Not that I don't know what they would do if you're going to say, let's go till December 31st, but I might have an idea. But,
Okay.
yeah.
And then,
We already voted on an amendment, and now we're voting to approve the amended version of the original resolution. How can you amend the amendment if that's already done?
I don't think they voted on it. Did you vote on the amendment? There was no vote on the amendment.
well,
You've already spoke 4 times. I'm sorry, Supervisor Halber. That's right.
and then I would request that we have a reading of the amended resolution, because I am unclear as to what lines have changed, and I heard the intention, but I didn't hear which lines, which words were being deleted and replaced, and I think that's pertinent to the amendment that Supervisor Halber is offering. Is it possible that we could get this amended resolution read to us with the changes? Or even just the lines that are changed? I think it's disturbing that we've voted and continue to go on with this when we don't actually have a written amendment.
I can try if that, unless, of course, the county clerk's office has already written something.
No, we have not written anything other than that it's going to be December of 2025.
December 31st. Line 4, which started, okay, I wouldn't look at the whereases, I would look at the now therefore be it resolved, okay? And I would say that, at line, so starting at now therefore be it resolved on line 36 by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it hereby establishes 5 positions in the Department of Human Services to make the HELP program continue until December 31st, 2025. So are there 5 project positions? There are, yeah. So then say, yeah, that it hereby establishes, well, actually, it's not establishing, it's continuing 5 project positions. Yeah. So now therefore, be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it extends the 5 project positions in the Department of Human Services through December 31st, 2025. Five projects positions in the Department of Human Services. We should talk about the HELP issue. What do you have, Tor? Services. What do you have? To, yeah. I don't know what that, I think you should just say, now therefore be it resolved that it extends the 5 project positions in the Department of Human Services affiliated with the HELP program through December 31st, 2025. Because that's what these 5 positions are affiliated with, totally, right? Right, I'm making changes to lines 37 and 38. So now therefore be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it, now this is where it says, extends 5 project positions in the Department of Human Services affiliated with the HELP program through December 31st, 2025, and then you would keep, it should be it further resolved that the Department of Human Services may apply for and accept grants to sustain the HELP program to offset budgeted local dollars. So actually, the changes are in lines 37 and 38. Did you get that? Okay, so there's amendment on the floor and it's been seconded. And the DHS.
No, we're just talking on the amendment.
Department affiliated with the health bank through December 31st.
Did we vote on that? Just hold on. Did we vote on, now she's changed it around, so did we vote on that? Exactly as that she read?
What we've done.
But,
There was a motion to table indefinitely. That was
okay,
withdrawn.
right, that withdrew.
Then we called the question, and then we amended, or Supervisor Gustafson wanted to amend to extend it to December 31st, 2025. That passed. So now we would be voting on
The language.
the language as amended.
So you voted on the concept, approved it, now you're voting on the actual language that reflects the concept.
So they can make an amendment then.
No, the 25.
So they can make an amendment though, right?
Okay, so
Can you speak louder? Go ahead.
Supervisor Gustafson made his amendment for December 31st of 2025. Now, can Supervisor Culver, because that was his motion, was seconded to amend Supervisor Gustafson's from, basically from 2025 to 2035. And
We need to vote on this amendment.
and that passed.
Okay, so now you want to amend the amendment.
Well, that's, yeah.
That's what was brought up, yes, that's what was brought up.
Fine, so, yes, you can attempt, yes, you can do that and see if you have the votes.
Just hold on, Supervisor Ranky's next.
No, but the points of order take precedence. Points of order take precedence.
I requested to speak. Just trying to clarify something, because the original document talks about permanent.
Right.
We are talking about project, which is temporary till December. Is that not correct?
That's right, I took out the word permanent,
Okay.
based on what you folks were saying.
Yes, thank you. That, I just want to clear, because I heard both. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm unable to press my speaker button because I have the vote.
Supervisor Ranky had his push first, so.
Mine was a point of clarification. The amendment also mentions making the positions permanent in line 34, having the language permanent in line 34, and then specifying an end date is confusing. I would recommend we change that.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. So you would want to say, is looking to extend the temporary project positions in the help program through December 31st, 2025.
I personally would rather see them be permanent, but this is the world we live in now.
Okay. So is looking to extend?
Yes.
Not, okay, extend.
Supervisor Holt.
Thank you. I'm unable to press my request to speak button. So my question is to the director. I'm wondering what the effect of this is on your retention of said help employees.
Is your question like what effect this would have on the retention?
By not making them permanent when they're already going to lose their leadership.
By not making them permanent, it may suggest to the employees that their job is dependent on what would happen in 2026's budget, more so, even though in reality, every budget stands on its own. So every permanent employee could face the chance that the program that they're in might be ended by budget action in any given year. So the consequence is relatively the same for a project position than it would be for permanent if that program would go away. So, but would it make the person feel less,
Valued?
what's the word?
Threatened?
Would they feel less secure in knowing that they were a project versus permanent? And given that I'm a psychologist, I would, even though I'm not practicing my profession right now, I would think that it would make a person feel less secure by knowing that it was project versus permanent. I'm trying to answer your question
Thank you.
as transparently as I can.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay.
So that amendment, then we have to vote on, right? We made the motion,
Okay,
she
so what,
seconded.
yes, that was in line 34, and it said, is looking to extend the temporary project positions in the HELP program through December 31st, 2025. Is that correct, Supervisor Ranky?
Correct.
And in the, that's right, and so, and then also, again, just for completion, and now therefore, because this is where it counts, not that the other doesn't, and now therefore be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it extends 5 project positions in the Department of Human Services affiliated with the HELP program through December 31st, 2025. And then you keep the following: be it resolved that the Department of Human Services may apply for and accept grants to sustain the HELP program to offset budgeted local dollars.
My question is, we had a motion made and seconded to go to 3035, or 2035. Do we vote that now? Because you're putting all this other in, but we've had a motion, so that has to be voted. You sure can. So we don't have a second then. Oh, somebody else is gonna second it now. There's a hold. Okay.
So then, what I just read would not be applicable because you're talking about 35, is that correct?
That's Supervisor Halber's motion, and it was seconded first by Supervisor Laux. She backed out, and Supervisor Holt decided to second it, so it's
Okay,
still on the
so-
table.
Point of order, this, what you just read is essentially, is what we voted on for his amendment. We've already voted on that and approved it. Now you're just clarifying the text, right? That we
Right.
need to vote
The
on.
concept was approved, and now we should vote on this, and then once that's voted on, you can consider the amendment for the 2035.
So that's what I'm asking.
That's what
Vote
we
on
should do
that
first.
And then go. Thank you, that's what I
Yes.
wanted to know. So, you've all heard what's been read, gone back through, and everything else. Take your machines. If you're in favor of it, vote A. If you're not, vote nay, and we'll see what happens after that. Yes. Yes.
The language that I just read.
I'm sorry, I got it. We've already voted on we've voted once on what you just read.
The
Not what you
concept.
read, but on the concept.
Right,
But so now we're voting on your language.
right. The
Yes, so
language.
that it makes sense.
We're approving this resolution then?
I'm sorry, what?
Doesn't that mean we're approving the resolution? And after it's approved, it's too late to amend it, isn't it?
That's what I would think.
Point of clarification, are we not approving an amendment to a motion and not a motion itself?
No, because they say it's already been voted, so she was just clarifying it. Which one? Supervisor Ranky? He originally brought it up, but then he
No,
went
I thought
along
it
with
was-
it, and Supervisor Gustafson made it, and then he seconded it. Supervisor Hens?
Okay. There was an amendment that was moved and seconded. The question was called to vote on the amendment. We voted on the amendment in theory, but not the actual wording of the amendment. So we amended the resolution, but we did not amend the wording.
Correct.
Now, this vote would be amending the wording to match the amendment that was made. And then, after that passes or doesn't pass, as far as the wording goes, we still have to make it match up with the theory.
It does match up. The wording,
Right, but you're saying we need another vote on the wording.
yes.
And if this were to get voted on and not pass, we would have to find another way to make the wording match.
Yes.
That's why I'm trying to explain to kind of clarify all of this, because I think I have my head wrapped around it correctly. So, this vote is for the wording of the concept that we passed to amend the resolution.
Yes.
And then, after this passes or not, we move forward with either other amendments or further clarifying this depending on the vote.
Right.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
so vote on this, and then if
Vote on
there's.
what now? You're putting on what your hands are. Okay, it's right up there. Authorized to increase
But that's not what's on our
the
screen.
number of approve the language of Gustafson amendment of the human, that's it, okay, approve the language of Gustafson's amendment. That's what we're voting on.
Can we put that on the screen?
Yep, it's right up there. It's right on the right-hand side, right underneath motion.
Just remember, we only get the first word.
So
we
if
get
you're
to
in favor of
approve
that,
this language
vote
from
A.
Gustafson amendment.
If you're not, vote nay. That's what you're voting on
We already passed the amendment.
at this
is
time.
just-
So if you're in
just
favor of it,
voting on the
vote
actual
A.
verbiage
If you're not,
of what
vote
we
nay.
voted on the amendment.
Hurry up and vote if you're gonna vote.
I thought I explained it well. I did my best. That's why I'm running for chairman next time. Save so much money. It's annoying.
Supervisor Ponzer,
Supervisor Ponzer,
Supervisor Harrison, can you vote?
Supervisor Harrison,
I thought when we were doing the amendment, and then we did the concept idea, 3 or 4 other supervisors, we changed some words. Now, that seemed like we did a lot of changing, and that's not what I originally was on the beginning. Like permanent got taken out, something else got replaced. That wasn't all in the first one. That's why I said it seemed like it was.
Yeah, it was. That was the
so
motion.
as
That
of
was the
right
amendment.
now,
That was the
all
motion
we're
to amend.
voting on is the
That's why
motion
it was the end of
that
the year. That's why
Supervisor
at the end
Nate
of the year, that's why
Gustafson
it was changed.
amended. Vote one way or the other, or abstain, either or. And that passes 27-4. Now we gotta go ahead and vote on the other. We don't have to vote on Anne's wording now?
No.
Okay. So now we go back,
However, we had a second for another amendment.
now we go back, if you want, the motion is made and seconded by Supervisor Halber and Supervisor Holt here to amend it to the year 2035.
Well, specifically what, December 31st, 35?
Yes, I believe so. So,
Changing one number.
I see no discussions. Oops, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna call the question.
Okay. So, Supervisor Halber?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, because there's a couple of questions around me. The point of me changing the date to 2035 was because it was already changed from permanent to temporary. So if we're going to be temporary, the point of me changing the date was to extend the temporariness. So, just to clarify.
Question has been called,
Oh, no,
Second.
and I hear a second. So get your machines out if you're in favor of calling the question.
I just want to point out that with project positions, they don't get raises, they don't get the same benefits. So, like Bill said, that the stress of, I'm just pointing out that, in case you didn't know that they do not get merit raises, and like Bill said, the stress of doing this without, you know, having it be a permanent position, and it also affects the grants for the permanent, not.
So they just locked into today's pay.
Question's been
for
called.
temporary.
Question has been called. Question has been called. So, okay, so if you're in favor, but signify by saying aye. If you're against it, signify by saying nay. This is on the question being called.
So this is on the calling question.
Yes. Supervisor Vince might sign. Yeah. Let's see, calling the question is, you turn off Vince's. That passed 20 to 11.
Okay, so,
Point of order, I believe it needs a two-thirds vote, and 20 out of 31 is a two-thirds. So we should still be on discussion.
no, it says majority.
Let's call the question.
Oh, call the question. is
Right.
two-thirds.
So,
Yep.
it's two-thirds vote, so it's failed. So, any discussion? Supervisor Schellinger. Supervisor Schellinger's up. I'm sorry, I called on him first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have rushed, we've made bad decisions, and we have a worse resolution now than we did when we began. We failed to respect the work that our employees have done for us, and we risk we put the strength of the program in jeopardy by the rushed actions of the board today. We should be more prone to listening to the experts, letting our committees and boards do their work, and coming prepared, knowing what we're voting on. It's clear that people making amendments on this don't even know the basic conditions of employment at this county, and that's disappointing, not only to this board, to our constituents, and to the employees here. Thank you.
Supervisor Hens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mary Ann. If these people are in a 10-year project status, are we going to have to come back here to make them permanent? If that road is crossed down the road, will it hinder them becoming permanent in the future? Because my thought would be, with what we did, was that at around budget time, we would find a way to either make them permanent or fund them.
Right.
So,
I can tell you that I know that there have been project positions that have become permanent. Would that happen here? I don't know. Again, the Human Resource Director said that the project positions go for 2 years unless otherwise extended by the board. So, I mean, I don't know. All I can tell you is I know that there have been project positions and they have become permanent.
right, and my thought was because we had this resolution in front of us to make project positions permanent, will we have to still go through this process in the future to make them permanent? Or would we be, with the original, before the amendment to 2035, wouldn't we be able to make them permanent in October when we have the budget process?
Yeah, in your
Does
budget
the 35
project, that's
affect
what-
that? Is what
sorry,
I'm
does
asking.
what?
Does that 2035 affect that?
No. No, it would not.
Just dotting i's and crossing t's, Billy.
Okay.
I didn't want your intention to get lost in the.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Call the question.
Point of order, we just had that, we voted against it. I don't believe we can bring it up on the same issue. We have speakers.
Was there anybody on the list to speak?
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, you can. Why can't you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, in case you missed what Beth Roberts said, if we extend this to 2035 and they're temporary project people, then, and they are not under the same regulations, so they don't get raises and merit pay and so on, we are locking these people in to earning the same amount of money 10 years out that they're earning today. I just think be thinking about that when you vote on this.
Thank you very much. My concern by not having that extended is if we have a challenge in the budget and we don't make these employees permanent for whatever reason, we will lose this program, and that is not my intention or that of many of my colleagues. And I would expect that we would at some time make them permanent employees so that they are subject to raises and merit pay increases. I believe that these people are doing a phenomenal job, and I'm very worried about us losing them along with their leader, who we've already lost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a number of people have made the case, again, not to extend it 10 years. This program has definite merits, and when we get to budget time, it should rise to the top for funding. So again, I think that we should turn this amendment down and stick with the original one, which means by December 31st during budget time, this one competes for resources, and since the results are so great, it should easily be funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read through this, as you can see here, the Health Board or Human Services is trying to find a nonprofit to take over this. So instead of doing 35, I would propose that we did 5 years, which is the size of the grant, and then at that time, we hopefully will have someone take over it for us. And then we don't have to go farther. Now we're going 10 years, so you're going quite a bit. So I propose that we do an amendment to 5 years instead to 2030.
I apologize, but I have a hard time believing that we actually have the authority to do that at this point in time. By de facto, what we're doing is by extending a temporary position or a project position for more than a year, you're creating a de facto permanent one, and you're creating permanent positions. So I can't believe that that's legal for us to do that. The other challenge I have is that from a budgetary standpoint, we are also making budgetary commitments years ahead of time. So with the original 10-year proposal, which has been reduced down to a 5-year proposal, it's one thing to make the commitment for this year, but now we're making an additional $2 million worth of commitments in future budget years. And I'm sorry, I'm not saying anything about the validity of the program. I think the program is strong, but I just don't believe that it's legal for us to even do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Supervisor Patterson in the sense that I'm not sure that extending project positions for long-term periods of time is best practice. But I will disagree that it commits future funds, because just like any other position, every time we go to a budget, we are deciding what positions to keep and what to get rid of. Every single position in the county that isn't elected or otherwise statutorily required can be deleted, whether it's a project, a full-time, a part-time, a casual status. If somebody wanted to come in at budget time and say, you know what, we're just going to have the 25 or so statutorily required staff in our county and fire everybody else, that's a valid amendment. So just because we have a position on the table of organization, or just because we've agreed to have a project position last for a certain amount of time, doesn't obligate a future board to fund that. So every year, if we extend this for 5 more years, every year at budget time, just like we do for every other position, we would essentially be reauthorizing them. So there will be choice points. It does not bind, none of this would bind future boards to future spending.
We'll just go to the motion.
Is it still possible? As y'all know, I kind of like compromise, and at 1 minute, we're looking at a permanent position. The next, we're looking at eliminating them. The amendment
carries it out through December. I gotta tell you, I'm frustrated that we're presented with, if we don't do something in 3 days, those people are done. I don't know why we didn't hear about this in December, January. I think the December amendment is a great compromise, and it gives us a few months to figure out where exactly we're going. I think 5 years at 10 o'clock at night when we've been beating it up is a long time. Thank you.
This is the 2035.
No, that's fine.
This is for the 5-year, ain't it?
And I have one other 20%.
Yes, that is what the vote was for, sorry.
Thank you. You didn't tell me to say that.
You're a big
You're a bigger boy.
Failed 12, 18.
Now we vote on the resolution.
Yes. Yes.
Going to vote on final amendment, yes, Corporation Council, have clarified wording and everything on it, so. In favor of it, vote yes. If you're not, vote no.
Do you want me to say the language again?
I requested the speed.
So if we vote this down, we're going to vote on the original resolution, correct?
This is the language, I'll read it one more time. Please. The language would be, under the last whereas under Wisconsin State Statute 5922 2C1B, the county board establishes the number of positions in each department, and the Department of Human Services is looking to extend the temporary project positions in the HELP program through December 31st, 2025. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it extends 5 project positions in the Department of Human Services affiliated with the HELP program through December 31st, 2025. Be it resolved that the Department of Human Services may apply for and accept grants to sustain the HELP program to offset budgeted local dollars. That's what you would be voting on right now.
Right. But if we vote this down, don't we go back to the original?
There's not an original anymore. This is the original.
Right. So then you've got to start from scratch.
I just wanted to make a point that I think everyone here agrees this is an important project. We all can see from the resolution that it's paid for through the end of the year. If it's that important for the director of this department to continue this thing, he will put it in his budget for next year. So I don't know why we're spending all this time on this. It's pretty simple. It's paid for. And if it's important enough for the county, it'll be in the budget next year. So let's just pass it.
Yes, because of all the amendments and changing and voting and changing and I voted, and I'd like to rescind my vote, or is it too late? Well, I don't have it, okay, I'm go-
So that's what we're voting on now, what the Corporation Council just read.
That should go through.
Supervisor Bonzer, clerk wants to know if you want to change yours.
Yeah. I thought they could do that.
Passes 31 to none. Corporation Council.
Right.
Ready for 095, 022, 025.
So this, what, the question was how the authorization of $480,000 for the new airport T hangar facility meshed with an ordinance that this board passed in March of '24. So I have it up before my computer dies, and the ordinance that passed, which Supervisor Swan referenced, because he's the one who submitted it originally, and then it was approved by facilities as well, says that Section 314 of the county code is established. That requires the engagement as valuation services as part of Winnebago County real property acquisitions. Okay, so this is not a real property acquisition. Construction of an, don't interrupt, excuse me. This is construction of a new airport T hangar facility, replacement of a water main, and review of airport lease rates. So again, going back to March of '24, it requires the engagement of valuation services as part of Winnebago County real property acquisition. That doesn't fall within this. As part of Winnebago County real property disposition, meaning selling, that doesn't account. And portfolio asset management actions. So the question is this asset management actions? And when you are looking at an airport lease rate study, my conclusion would be that it would fall within that. That's my conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question so long ago, I'm so glad I can even remember it. On the airport lease rate study, I heard a lot of talk about the other airports and the other studies that have been found that we're on par with them as far as our rates go. How are we on par, or how are we? Are we close to or are on par with the wait list and the demand? Because as I see it, supply versus demand is what actually dictates our rates, or what should more so influence our rates. And if we have 80 people on a waiting list in our airport and not someone else's, that must mean that their rates are, closer to what they should be, and our rates are closer to or lower than what they actually should be. So that's my question. Is the airport lease rate study going to touch on the waiting list, and do we have any information on the waiting lists?
To answer your question, Supervisor, the waiting list is an indicator of demand. The waiting list is for all of our hangar units, not specifically newer or higher-end hangar units. But a lot of folks on that waiting list are looking for something that is, fairly bare bones, which a lot of our 1970s, 1980s built hangars are, and lower cost for rentals. So it is an indicator of demand, and a lot of airports across the country have a fairly sizable waiting list if they're a decent-sized airport, because there's a shortage of hangar space all over the United States. And so it is one indicator. I think it's something that the study will assess as far as the demand here locally versus the demand in other markets, but it's just one indicator. And if I may, I would like to again reiterate that the bulk of the project is to fund construction of the hangars. The $25,000 for a rate study is to bring back a suggested hangar rental rate for the airport for all of our different types of hangars, all of our land lease rates, and bring that back to the county board for a rate adjustment proposal to the county board, simply like we do now through our ordinance, but with the recodification through a fee schedule that's going to apply countywide after the recodification is done. But the county board will have the ability to set that rate if this is carried out, especially with the outside consultant to assess our hangar rates and our land lease rates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I just please clarify with Corporation Counsel, this is not in conflict, correct? This resolution is not in conflict with the ordinance. I think that's what I heard you say.
This resolution is not in conflict with the ordinance you passed in March, correct? But what you have to do with the ordinance in March, based on the ordinance in March, is it requires the engagement of valuation services, because this is a portfolio asset management action, or at least $25,000 of it is.
Point of order. There's an amendment on the floor that go back to committee because it's a violation of 3145 that requires a recommendation by the Facilities and Property Management Committee for valuation services. Not the Finance Committee or the Airport Committee, Facilities and Property Management.
Just a moment. Mr. Chairman, I believe the floor was mine. I was asking a question to Corporation Counsel. So just a yes or no, it is or is not in conflict? And while you're coming up, point number 2, in the future, anything coming from Spirit Committee in the item agenda report, please put a balance so that we can understand what's left, so that we can possibly prioritize.
Looking at Resolution 364, based on the fact that you are talking about an airport lease rate study, I would say this would also have to get a recommendation from the Facilities and Property Management Committee. So are you saying, is that inconsistent with this? Arguably, I guess you could say it is, because it should get a recommendation from the Facilities and Property Management Committee, but not for the $480,000, for $25,000. Is that,
Correct.
that's the lease?
455 was the original request. That's to construct the hangars. That's the county's portion.
Right.
25,000 is the rate study.
Right. So the only reason where 3.14 would come in is this airport lease rate study. None of the other 455,000.
I don't want to, but given that, it's in quite, I really want to advance this tonight, but given what you just said, it is probably proper to send this to facilities.
unless you take out the 25,000.
Make it 455. Move it forward.
There's a motion on the floor to refer back to committee for a for a recommendation from the Facilities and Property Management Committee on valuation services. So, it's a, that's an ordinance that requires that. So, I don't see.
Point of order, there's still a lot of discussion to be done on this topic to begin with, before we pull the carpet up.
I agree, but his motion there,
So,
for the sake of discussion, I withdraw my motion. Big thing, I still chair the boards here, and a lot of money is being debated that we're gonna be losing out on, and I think that that's the right for all of you. I understand where you're coming from, Supervisor Swan, I understand wholeheartedly.
I would have preferred to wait to the end and let everyone speak on it, but I thought I wouldn't be able to even bring this forward.
Mr.
If
Chairman?
you allow me to wait till the end, I will.
Mr. Chairman, for the sake of
Discussion, I am withdrawing my motion to refer.
Supervisor Bureau. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman, I would bring a different perspective. I originally had my doubts about this resolution, but I started doing some math, okay? Again, if you look at the full cost of it, it was 2.78 million. We're getting that for 480,000. That's number one. 480,000, if you take an average lease rate, dollars per year times 9 units, we will pay it back in 12.7 years. Pay back in 12.7 years. The accounting depreciation on these things is 30 years. And Jim over here just talked about hangars that are from the 70s and 80s, which are 50 plus and 40 plus years old. So this is a relatively quick payback, and by including the 25,000 for the study, we could probably enhance the pricing and make the payback even better. So that, for that reason, I think I fully support moving forward. And I've changed my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my friends and colleagues who are thinking about voting no on this, I ask you, what's your plan moving forward? Too many times in our community, we've kicked the can down the road. Our predecessors have let infrastructure projects go to ruin, as you can see out on this airport. What's your plan? Are we going to continue to go down that path? The committee has been on board with this. The ARPA Commission has been on board with this. What's your plan? If we, as Supervisor Bureau and I think some others said, we're up against some deadlines with federal funding. What's going to happen? Is this going to hold up some federal funding if we continue to kick this down the road? It's a possibility. I hope everybody thinks about that tonight and moves this forward. Thank you.
I don't think I could look my constituents in the eye if I turn down a grant where I'm getting 75 cents and I'm paying a quarter. I mean, there's no way if somebody's going to build a house for me and they were going to pay for 3/4 of it, that I would turn a gift horse down. And I realize it's all taxpayers' money, but instead of just Winnebago County paying for it, it's the whole United States paying for it. I don't agree with the price of the hangars. I think when the hangars get evaluated, the interest that we pay, that we should at least get that much rent. The taxpayer should not subsidize a hangar. If we pay 5%, that hangar has to generate $7,500 a year, or we might as well put that money in a CD at 5% and take our $7,500. But in this case, we need to move this forward. We need to get that grant money, and we need to get the project complete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess, Corporation Counsel, you sort of seem to indicate that maybe facilities ought to be reviewing that $25,000 piece.
That's because.
And if we pass this, would that create a major headache for you?
Well, it would be ignoring the ordinance that you passed in March.
So what I would like to do then is make a motion to separate, because I think we do have two issues wrapped into one. That will, if we separate, that will allow the funding, the bulk of the funding for the well-warranted project to move forward and not jeopardize the timeline that grant funding is under, and also allow our process to move forward. I believe facilities already posted their agenda, but perhaps they could amend it to get it on, and we can wrap that other piece up.
I appreciate that, and I think maybe that's the way to go. But we do have support for our, we do have Supervisor Swan over here, has already had a motion, we had a second to go ahead and send it back to committee and that. So we have to act on that first.
Mr. Chairman, I withdrew my motion.
No.
Is there another
Motion to refer?
Oh.
Apologies.
I guess I agree interested in what Supervisor Schoen was saying, that they're two separate issues. As long as we're allowed to engage evaluation services experts to determine what the rent should be, the hangars, instead of having airport do it or finance, I'm okay with it. I'll withdraw the motion and in lieu of Supervisor Schellenger's motion to separate and allow for facilities to comply with the ordinance and hire somebody to do the rent survey in the interest of moving this forward so that you can fund it, okay? How does that sound?
Withdraw your second? I hear you. Did you withdraw it?
What do you think, Kobe?
Yes, please.
I'll withdraw my second. Don't ask again.
So, want to basically say authorize $455,000
Yes.
for all of this except for the air, and $25,000 review of airport lease by facilities and property management.
Yes.
So I have amended language.
We're gonna get this thing.
So I think the motion, is that all right?
Yeah.
Tori, write this, okay. Authorize, so on line 3, authorize $455,000 from the Spirit, oh shoot, darn it, from the Spirit Fund County Government Projects for the construction of a new Airport T hangar facility and replacement of water main. And, yeah, water main, and unfortunately, my computer died. And review, no, it's this one, the one that I do, the 314. Okay, and, sorry. Yep. And review of airport lease rates by the Facilities and Property Management Committee pursuant to 3.14 of the Winnebago County General Code. I'm not writing this down. I hope you guys are writing this down, okay? And then on line 19, you would say, whereas out of the $2,780,000 being used for the project, only $455,000 would be drawn from the County Spirit Fund. I don't, Jim, is it 2 million, isn't it? Okay, so yeah, sorry, so on not 2,755,000, correct.
Only 455,000 we drawn from the county.
And only 455,000 would be drawn from the County Spirit Fund. What about this 620 is fine, right?
Yep, that's fine. Line 27 would say
Right.
455 where it says 480.
Right.
And the fiscal note would say 455.
And so line 27 would say, okay, this is the, Now therefore, be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that hereby authorizes the appropriation of $455,000 from the Spirit Fund County Government Project for the construction of a new Airport T hangar facility and the replacement of a water main that services the northeast side of the airfield, and the airport lease rate study will be reviewed by the Facilities and Property Management Committee.
I think what we actually want to do is create a there'd be a second resolution, right? That's the separation, so there'd be a new resolution number, whatever, that says authorize 25,000,
that.
and then presumably this board would refer that to facilities.
We could do that.
If you have a different procedure, that's,
Okay, so then vote on the $455,000 first.
Point of order, if I may. If you look at the agenda write-up report, it has the full 480,000, and it indicates that the 25,000 was in addition to that. Or am I confused?
No, you're confused. It should be 480, the 25,000 includes.
It says, in addition, Finance Department and Airport are requesting 25,000 to hire a consultant to review airport lease rates. But it clearly indicates in this document that 480 is a standalone number. Or am I confused on that?
Go ahead.
455 was the original request.
Okay.
An extra 25,000 brought it up to 480.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me read it again. On line 3, authorize $455,000 from the Spirit Fund County Government Projects for the construction of a new Airport T hangar facility and replacement of water main. On line 19, whereas out of the $2,755,000 being used for the project, only only $455,000. No, I'm sorry. Only $455,000 would be drawn from the County Spirit Fund. And then on line 26, now therefore be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it hereby authorizes the appropriation of $455,000 from the Spirit Fund County Government Projects for the construction of a new Airport T hangar facility and the replacement of a water main that services the northeast side of the airfield. That's the resolution as we sit here today. Well,
As point of clarification, as far as the 25,000 goes, it was already approved by the aviation committee, correct?
no, ARPA.
Didn't
Well,
we
at least
discuss-
that's what it
Wasn't that
was.
something we discussed at aviation as well? Before it went to ARPA?
Ultimately, it was an ARPA commission request for the fund.
Anyway, it's been approved, so it would have, under law, it would have to automatically go to facilities, correct?
Yes.
So we don't need any other language saying it needs to go to facilities, that's already in the works, and I'll make sure it's on the agenda next
Well, we're
meeting.
going to need another we're going to have a resolution. Good, write it.
Do we need the resolution if we're following the committee procedure?
Because this has already been addressed by facilities. Right. Wait, what did you, who did you say was reviewing this already? You just said someone else. Who? What?
Aviation.
Aviation. So aviation reviewed this.
But by law, the 25,000 is forced to go to facilities, which is why
Right.
I'm saying we don't need another resolution to send it to facilities. We have to follow the law, and it's automatically going to come there, and I will make sure it's on the next agenda.
Yeah, but where do we have a paper trail of that if I've just taken out the
paper trail is-
25,000?
It's gone through the other committees. Now it's due to go to facilities
But-
because
but
that's
the-
what the law says.
But this is the paper trail and it's showing,
It's been removed from this. The paper trail is what happened in the committees.
Motion is made, and amendment has been made and seconded for that. So we'll vote on the amendment.
My question been answered, thank you.
Supervisor Halber on the amendment.
Thank you. My question's for Corporation Counsel.
Corporation Counsel. Supervisor Halber has a question on the amendment.
Okay.
On the amendment, in lieu of making all of these changes, is it possible that we just suspend 3.14 subsection 5?
No.
Just to get this bill passed?
No.
Why? It's
Because
not in the list of excluded rules that we can suspend.
This is it's not a rule, it's an ordinance. It's a code.
Okay,
It's a section of the code.
so we wrote it. Can we not suspend it?
Well, you're going to have to, you would have to bring forth other legislation to suspend it.
That's what I'm asking. Is there a way to suspend an ordinance in a meeting?
No, not that I'm aware of.
I'm not trying to get rid of.
Order of presiding, orders of the day. I'm looking in Robert's rules, and I see suspension of rules. I see nothing about suspension of ordinances. I need more time, but where are you? There you are. Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to kind of try to retread the ground that we were just walking on, because I was talking with other members of my committee. The trail is that ARPA already passed the 25,000, and by law, it's supposed to go to facilities and property management. Therefore, we shouldn't have to vote on that again tonight. It's automatically goes there because it's removed from this.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to shorten up our night and do things legally. So that's why I just wanted to get the clarification from you, so that way we know we don't have to mess with the 25,000 again. It's coming to my committee, and I guarantee you it will be on the next agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it would be cleaner to keep the 25,000 separate. As you've indicated, I guess it's been approved by not only ARPA, but aviation, or the concept was approved by aviation? Or presented. Okay. So I think if you just limit this resolution to the 455,000, and then bring up that 25,000 to your committee to comply with 3.14 of the general code, you would have correct standing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Supervisor Swan.
I agree with, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with that, and then we would just make a recommendation in facilities on what to do, who to hire as a professional to do the rent study, and, get an idea of what feasibility rent is out there, what we should be charging. And then we're protecting the investment of taxpayer dollars fully, including the grant money, in my opinion. We're doing our due diligence on that. And so, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I don't see anyone else, so we'll go ahead, and we have, pardon? Okay. Supervisor Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can always address hangar lease rates at a different time. I'm very concerned. I want to see this go forward, especially because of the 70-year-old water main. That needs to be approved. I respectfully ask everyone to advance this, please.
Okay. Okay, so at this time, we'll be voting on the amendment that was made by Supervisor Challenger, seconded by Supervisor Bureau, and clarified by Corporation Counsel. So if you're in favor of that amendment, go ahead and vote A. If you're not, vote nay. Who? Supervisor O'Brien?
Thank you so much.
That passes 31-0. Now we have to go for the resolution as amended. Now we'll vote on the resolution as amended. We need to vote on that now. If you're in favor of the resolution as amended, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. We're getting down there, guys. Supervisor Cox? That passed 31-0. Next one is Resolution 097, 022, 025, amend mandatory language in Resolution 064-11, 2024. Vice Chairman Fari. Whoops. Yeah, that was all done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of resolution 097-02-25.
Second.
Motion made and seconded.
Thank you. A brief explanation. I'll make this real quick. On November 11th of 2024, I submitted a resolution in draft form. It was typed out and included all the words I had submitted. During the administrative process, somewhere 9 words were omitted, which were a very important part of that resolution. So I'm simply requesting, based on Robert's Rules of Order, an amendment to that resolution to include the words that were admitted by the administration.
Anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing any. If you want to take your machines and vote A if you're in favor and nay if you're not. That passed 31-0. Thank you all very much tonight. Vice Chairman Fari. Motion made and seconded adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. We are adjourned.